I'd like to call the meeting to order and welcome everybody to the August 30th, 2022 at 6 p.m. LaVergne Planning Commission public hearing. This is for the first item, Planning Commission Resolution 2022-02, amend the City of LaVergne subdivision regulation to comply with Public Charter 1128 that prohibits the Planning Commission from generally requiring the dedication of land or payment of fees in exchange for the approval of the development of land. If there's anybody who would like to speak on this matter, please come to the podium. With there being no comments, we will call this public hearing adjourned. I'd like to call the meeting to order and welcome everybody to the LaVergne Planning Commission August 30th, 2022 at 6 p.m. regular meeting. Our first item of business is to approve the meeting minutes from July 26, 2022. We will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve as submitted.
Motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Items number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are deferred, correct, Mr. Logan?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
We'll move on to item number 6. Planning Commission Resolution 2022-02, amend the City of LaVergne subdivision regulations to comply with Public Charter 1128 that prohibits the Planning Commission from generally requiring the dedication of land or payment of fee in exchange for the approval of the development of property. Mr. Logan, or, sir, thank you.
Sure. Let me take it. All right, so this basically does what we've been doing for a long time. It requires an essential nexus between asking for a dedication or requiring a dedication before the approval of property, and it really just codifies what we've been doing for a while pursuant to recent state law that's been passed.
Very good. Do we have any questions or comments on this item?
I'll make a motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve by Mayor Cole. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Alderman Coates. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 7 is our bonds and letters of credit. Mr. Brown?
Everyone should have a bond list in front of them. Juliet's been in contact with the bank on, I think it's the Ridge. Let me look real quick. Yeah, the Ridge Phase 3 and Brookside Phase 2, both of those are expiring at the end of September, but the banks are working on extending those. And then all the lots and everything else that's under construction should all be up to date.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Our next and final item is discussion, zoning ordinance adoption process. We have Miss, if you can come to your podium and state your name and address and title for the record, please.
Melissa Pegler. I'm with Volkert Incorporated, Regional Planning Manager. I live in Jefferson City, Tennessee, so
Thank you, ma'am.
I come a little ways away. Bo's going to pull up my PowerPoint presentation here in just a second. All right, you can go to that very next slide, Bo. Just to give you a little bit of history of where we're at for the audience's benefit, and most of you guys know this, in 2018, the Planning Commission completed a comprehensive land use plan and approved and adopted that document, and I think 2019 was the final date. That land use plan led the way for making changes to your zoning ordinance and your subdivision regulations. That plan had some public comment, public process to it, and it was established and adopted by the Planning Commission. And I think it's in May 22nd, 2019. So that's been a while. The first draft, after the comprehensive land use plan was developed, the city of LaVergne hired Volker to complete a zoning ordinance update, revision, and a subdivision regulations revision. As part of that task, we obviously went through COVID and several staff changes on our side. Particularly, the first draft that was completed when we brought to the Planning Commission initially, we were told that was too close to the existing documents that you had, that we wanted a more progressive zoning regulations that matched the other communities in the surrounding Middle Tennessee area. So at that point, I was kind of become involved, and that would have been in July of last year. So we started a second draft, and what we did, we started meeting monthly. We met 4 months in a row from October to January. We did 4 chapters a month and went over those individually. So during that time, we kind of bit it off a little bit at a time. Hey, what are we going to do? How are we going to set this up? And then we started working on the actual map and then revisions on those documents as we went forward. I want to say we started that kind of in March, working on the draft map. We also had some overlay districts to do at that time. We talked a little bit about design guidelines, things like that, that went a part of that. So we didn't just spend from March until now just on the map, but we've spent, you know, a variety of time on those things. Now we are at the point where we are ready for a true draft to go to, or a true document to go to Planning Commission, and then ultimately the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, as well as a map. So we met today with your legal team, as well as the city manager, assistant city manager, Bo and I did, to kind of go over what we can and can't do, and I want to clarify some things for you. Some things even I learned today, so just kind of give you an idea. Recommendations, what the Planning Commission does from this point forward. Legally, you can either recommend it favorably to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, or you can do an unfavorable recommendation that you don't want to go forward with this document, or that you do want to go forward with this document. So those are the 2 options you have. Public hearings required. I know this has been a topic of discussion in our special meetings that we've had regarding this zoning regulations. What is required is a notification in the newspaper of general circulation in the municipality. There's also a 15-day notice requirement for a public meeting that the Board of Mayor of Aldermen have to have. Those are the only 2 required things that you have to do. Now, obviously, in the past, LaVergne has gone above and beyond those things, but they're not required to do so. Anything above and beyond that is just what the city policy is or decides to do. And that falls back on the Board of Mayor of Aldermen. In 2007, there was some things that happened regarding your existing zoning map at that time. It is different than what we are doing now. So in 2007, there was a new map completed because there was some concerns about the accuracy of it. You were going from paper maps to a digital map. And so at that time, state law is a little bit different on how that can be handled. So for accuracy, they allowed an appeals process. And I think we've talked about that multiple times in our different meetings, that they had like an appeals process. But those appeals were specifically towards the accuracy of the map. And so an appeal process doesn't apply, and this is one of the things I learned today too, an appeals process does not apply to a new zoning map. So going forward, a new zoning map, once it's approved, would go into effect whenever the Board of Mayor of Aldermen decide that determining date is, whether that's as soon as it's passed or within a time limit of whenever that is. We talked about revisions that the Board of Mayor of Aldermen might make after going through the public process and hearing comments. If there are revisions that may need to come back to the Planning Commission, and that would be determined by obviously your legal counsel at that time. Any questions about that before I move on? Because I know that's different than what we've talked about in the past.
So we only have to put this out in a paper that circulates in the municipality?
That's the state requirements. That's not necessarily what,
Okay, so we haven't made a decision as
Yes.
the board of what we're doing yet then?
exactly.
Okay, I'm good then.
And that decision about the public would fall within the Board of Mayor and Aldermen's, because it is a financial decision as well.
On the appeals process, are you saying, or am I understanding that because this is a whole new map, there is no appeals process?
No.
Okay.
And that was one of the concerns when we talked to the attorneys and your legal counsel today. The way that happened in 2007 is, say my lot was zoned R3 before and I thought it was R3, but the new map showed it was R1. Then I needed to come in with some kind of document that showed it was R3. So it was an accuracy question, not a zone question. The difference between what you did at that point and what you're doing going forward is you were setting out the future of your plan, not just saying, hey, what were you originally zoned? We think our map might be wrong. So can you see the difference in the two processes a little bit?
So that was the new map, we're doing a rezone.
No, you're doing a new map. What was done previously was just an accuracy issue. Hey, is this map accurate or not when we went forward? So that's why the appeals process was different for that.
So what did you say it would be on this one?
On this one, you are approving a new map. And the reason that you are backing that map up, basically with, hey, we did this comprehensive land use plan, we had goals in there. Our new zoning map is different from what it was before. It has different planning districts, which some match your old ones, some are completely new, like the estate residential. And we're bringing that in there, and we've looked at it collectively as a body that represents our city. And we're saying, okay, this is what we want for the future of our community. And these are the regulations we are using to get to that point. So you decided at the comprehensive plan level, hey, this is what the future of LaVergne should look like. And then you got in more detail by setting out the regulations with the zoning map that you're proposing at this point. Does everybody understanding that? Any other questions on that?
So I really didn't, so as far as that appeals process goes, if somebody has an estate residential, that we changed it to an estate residential and it was originally R1, and they wanted to say R1, do they have the junction or the avenue to be able to come to the board and say that?
They have the public meetings set out by the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, and the Board of Mayor and Aldermen can decide collectively, hey, yes, we agree that shouldn't be a state residential in this area. And it shouldn't necessarily be a lot by lot, a case by case issue. It should be, hey, we don't feel like this whole area should be a state residential, or this whole subdivision shouldn't be.
So essentially, you're telling me that landowners have no say in this map whatsoever as far as their own personal property. It has to be a block or an area. Is that what you're saying?
I would not say they don't have their own say in it. I mean, they obviously, there is a public process that I think will be more in depth than just one public hearing, but they have an opportunity to come forward, voice their concerns, and request at that time for the map to be changed to whatever they would want it to be. But in the end, thank you, sorry. That falls on the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, who will more than likely kick that back to you all for consideration. But, you know, as far as having a say, I mean, you do have an opportunity to have your voice heard. You do have an opportunity to voice those concerns.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions about the difference in what happened in 2007 and what would happen as we go forward with this map?
So the public would really need to be here at public forum if they have a question in regards to their zoning.
Yes. And I know there's been discussions on what we would do, and I think the Board of Mayor and Aldermen would make that final decision on how to get the word out and how many public hearings to have, how many, you know, opportunities that they would put out there for people to come and express their opinion.
Any other questions or comments?
Any other questions on the legal requirements and those issues? If not, I'm gonna move forward. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the timeline. So we're ready for the document to come to you all on September 27th, with the changes that you made at the most recent meeting that we had. That document would be either given a favorable or unfavorable recommendation from you all to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. It would go to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen on October 6th for first reading and proposed second reading on November the 1st. Now, that being said, once it goes to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, I fully anticipate that they will add public meetings in between that October meeting and the November meeting at the very minimum.
Would they have enough time?
Yeah, I mean, we discussed, options of even, a week-long thing where people could come at certain different times of the day and that kind of thing, and have people available to get the comments. Obviously, again, that would be up to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen how they choose to go forward with a public campaign. And it's a public media campaign, it's a public campaign to get input and the information out there. However you look
My
at
only
it.
fear was that, is I just wanna make sure that we're not rushing that, right? I wanna make sure that everybody has the opportunity to get it, to have their voice heard if they have a public comment to make. And so I just, recommendation to whoever it needs to go to, the board, mayor, alderman, or wherever, is that we just don't rush it. I mean, we've spent a long time on this process. Let's not get in a hurry now. Let's finish it out right. And so, that's my biggest fear. So,
Would it be reasonable to say that we can almost expect it to come back to planning after going to mayor? Because I'm sure there's gonna be citizens' comments and such.
There is a possibility when we discussed it, and Philip might can add into this, but when we discussed it earlier, if there's significant changes to it, we would definitely want it to go back before planning commission prior to
Yeah,
final
I mean, hard to say if that's, I'm certainly not gonna guarantee that it's gonna come back to planning commission, but if there's any material changes, we would want it to come back to planning commission, so, hopefully that answers your question, but, yeah, we'd want it to come back to planning commission if there's material changes.
Thank you.
I would like to know how the appeals process would work and how we're gonna advertise it before it's voted on, cause I think that that's very relevant to what we're voting on, how people would be notified and what their rights are and things like that.
One thing, there is no appeals process.
Yeah, I was gonna
That's-
clarify.
That's
We
the-
do not have one. In 2007, it was basically going from the existing paper maps that, I'm gonna say planning, codes, engineering, different areas had responsibility for it. But they went from the paper maps to an actual digital map that everyone could see online, stuff like that. So whenever they did that, we put together that digital map and then put it out there for a long period of time so people could see it, because like I said, it's going from paper, the best information we had at the time. And then we had a process of, you could come in and show your information, like she was saying earlier, if you was zoned R2 already, and then it showed you as R1 or R3, you could come in and say, I was R2, this is my proof, and then I think it was the Board of Zoning Appeals at the time heard that and then made the decision whether or not their information was accurate or not. So that's what she was saying earlier. This is not an accuracy question. So this is basically, once the map is approved, that's what the zone is. So the only way, like if you're asking for what process do they have, they would have to go for a rezoning after, if they wanted something different.
And I think, when we met with the legal team today, they were very clear that the appeals process in the state law is pretty much set out based on accuracy. So this is not an accuracy question. So that appeals process does not apply.
This is just all new information, because when we were going through all of this, I don't know that was brought to light. I think I even heard talk of that people had up to a year or something crazy to appeal it.
And that was
So-
kind of my understanding as well,
Yeah.
due to the fact that we were under the impression of the last process. This is new
Yeah.
information to us.
Yes.
Very new.
So,
Right.
on
That's
that,
the reason why we want to get it out here. Like I said,
Yeah.
we want to get this out here, that way y'all know what decision you're making. Because if you approve this and you send a favorable, and it goes to mayor alderman, and you think that they have a process in place for an appeal or something, that's not gonna be fair to y'all. So you may want to do an unfavorable at this point in time. Right now is the time, the only thing you can do is basically, if this comes on September's agenda,
Yeah.
is you give either a favorable or unfavorable. And then, in my opinion, I would be on the phone if I was y'all and concerned. I would be talking to the alderman to voice your opinion on whether you think this needs more time or if this needs a longer process for public input, or what kind of public input or public hearings you want. That's something I would voice to them, because they're the ones that make that decision. We just want you to know that it's really the mayor alderman making the decision on this.
Or maybe the fact that we didn't have the correct information when we were putting all this together, maybe there needs to be a little more thought put into it. I mean, maybe decisions would have been made differently if,
knowing
known.
now that there is a limited process, I feel a little concerned with the map at this point.
Okay.
Just because we were under the impression that the citizens had the right to come back and make that decision or appeal it. Now they have absolutely no appeal. And quite frankly, I have probably only spoken with half a dozen citizens in regards to their property and their zoning. So that's a very small number of citizens that I personally have talked with. Secondly, on that note, just, in memory, it seems like there were some areas that we probably need to go back and review without having an appeals process. Because I know one of them just that came to me the other day was the trailer park on Merritt's marked as an R2, which technically should be different than what it is. So we may need to go back and look at that just a little bit more. Merritt Drive and Nelson.
There's a question for the attorney. Once this goes through this process and it gets approved, there are mechanisms in place like there are now to make adjustments or revisions to the ordinance. Would that be correct?
Yes, both after recommendation from Planning Commission and before approval by BOMA. And then after approval by BOMA, then this is still, like Melissa says, a living document, and it can be altered and amended afterward by ordinance and resolution.
Okay. So just like we're doing now, if there's an ordinance change to
Yes.
a section, it can be done.
Yes.
Thank you.
I was gonna say, I think I heard too that an individual citizen, say they lived in estate residential, an individual one in there couldn't switch just theirs to R1 or R2. It would have to be the whole block.
So as the planning commission, when you all look at things, it's not supposed to be on an individual lot level. It's supposed to be on a wider, how does this affect the community level? How does this impact that area? So when you chose an area and said it should be estate residential, that's because that's an area you felt like that zoning was most appropriate for that area. And vice versa, if you chose industrial, that's because that's the zoning that you felt was most appropriate for that area. And that's how you stay from being arbitrary and capricious and just looking at it lot by lot. You look at an area as a whole and you make decisions based on the infrastructure and the goals which were set out in your land use plan. The original map that I brought in to you all was matching your land use plan almost exactly. And we have made some tweaks from here to there. But you're still in line with the goals and the ideas of your land use plan. And so your job as the planning commission is your task to say, okay, this is what we feel is an appropriate zone for our community. And these areas we feel like are appropriate for estate residential, these for R1, these for industrial. And then you send that to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, where individuals can express their concern or issues with their individual property. Again, if Board of Mayor of Aldermen say, okay, yeah, that's merited, I think, you have a legitimate concern, I think we should revise this area of the map. The idea is that they would send it back to Planning Commission to say, we think you need to relook this area of the map. I know you said estate residential, but let's get a little more detailed because we've had concerns that are valid. And then it would come back to BOMA for review. Does that pretty much answer how that would happen?
Yeah, individual lots would need to be individual people asking for variances from Board of Zoning Appeals,
Yeah.
as usual.
So I think something you said answered a question that I've had that I never really got an answer to. You said that the original map matched the land use plan, but now we've made some fairly significant changes in areas. How does that affect that the land use plan now doesn't match up potentially with the new zoning map?
Well, we looked a little bit at that today, where are there areas that were of concern. For the most part, originally we had some concern maybe that estate residential was too far of a step. But in general, it does match the land use map because the land use map says low density residential. It doesn't break it apart into R1 or R2 or estate. So you're still in line with your future land use plan. I don't feel like you are so far removed from it that it would not be the basis for this map. I still feel like it's the basis, but as the Planning Commission, it is your ability and your challenge and your duty to look at what we said in 2018, 2019, compare it to 2022, and say, okay, where do we need to make some tweaks on this to make sure it's going to take us into the future, the next 20 years. How long ago was the old one done? 1990 something?
1990, yeah, February 1990.
So, you've got a map that's been in place almost 30 years, and this should take you into the next 20 years. And so, you have to look at it with that vision of the future going forward. What do you want this area to be?
I don't know that I don't disagree with the chairman that, thought process might have been a little different knowing that somebody might have had a year to say, I don't like this zoning, this is not what I've had for 50 years that I've lived here. I know, and I think we did a fairly decent job at trying to do that, but I don't know if we wouldn't have done some things different. And I'm not about sending a product to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen that we should have completed first. That's the purpose of this board anyways, is to send a finished product and not for them to send it back for us to tweak it. So.
I would say that that's challenging to do because the public process lies within their financial authority to say, okay, this is how we're gonna handle the public process. So it's hard for the Planning Commission to do that until it at least goes to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen for that public process to begin.
Yeah, my concern is if there's multiple people that have concerns over it, we don't want it to go to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen with potentially an unfavorable just because we weren't aware that the appeals process was not what we were led to believe, right or wrong, that it was.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's only fair to stop and think about. Maybe no changes would be made. Maybe we would look at it and go, no, we were right. This is the best that we feel like it's the best thing to do.
So will we have a final copy at workshop for next month?
Yeah, we should have it out early next week for you all to review before, if Bo can get it out to you earlier. Because there was still just some minor changes. I was hoping to have it done tonight, but I didn't quite get it all the way done, but.
So you're saying, reduce your talking about via email electronically?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So therefore, if we get to look at it before the workshop, we can have obviously some discussions about any changes that need to be made at that point in time.
And I can make those, if you say, favorable subject to this change and this change, I can make those prior to the October 6th meeting. If you all do that. You don't like that, huh? I'm just saying I can do it.
That's absolutely correct. So I guess I'll ask the board as a board, And I'll ask the attorney as well, do we have the right to defer the item, to review it again, and possibly call another special meeting?
Yes, tonight's just discussion, but
Yes,
at the
thank you.
next
But
one.
not this evening, but if it makes it on the agenda, we have that right as a board to defer the item, send it back to workshop, or request special meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
And I think I heard you say, and I may have misunderstood, but between now and it going to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, public comment can occur during that time. And maybe that's what we're looking at, is putting together as best a plan as we can, and really putting some time into the public comment, taking some time, like you were saying, to really go through that portion to get a lot of feedback, and then take that back and look at it again as a planning commission, and then make that recommendation.
So to be clear, though, the public hearings will take place after a recommendation from planning commission and before
Okay.
a vote by Board of
So
Mayor and Alderman.
not in place
The
of-
public
not-
hearings are Board of Mayor and Alderman step.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking more about getting feedback on what we're looking at, like the draft, so to speak.
Yeah.
You can solicit that on your own.
Okay.
In the planning commission stage, but the public hearings will be Board of Mayor and Alderman
Right,
stage.
yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying.
Why is that? Why do we not listen to the public comments on this board and then send it to Board of Mayor and Alderman?
Essentially, what you're doing right now is you're sending a draft, a recommended draft to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, and that is the stage at which public hearings take place. So this is just, the Board of Mayor and Aldermen just has more power and authority than the Planning Commission does in this area.
And it's similar to how other municipalities have done it. Nolensville put together a draft with their planning commission, and then they eventually sent it to their BOC, and then their BOC went through that and then sent it back to planning commission, so.
With the new information, I'd like a little bit more in-depth. So, correct me if I'm wrong, so the zoning map goes before mayor and alderman with a favorable or unfavorable recommendation. When we get to different subject, everyone, zoning ordinance, that stays here, correct?
So-
Mayor and alderman as well?
Zoning
Yeah.
ordinance is mayor and alderman. The subdivision regs
Is
are
also-
adopted by the planning commission.
Okay. And I think that's, may have been partially where my confusion was, is because I was thinking the map stated us and didn't go to mayor and alderman. So between that and a couple other items,
You know, and that
I'm on the
lies
fence.
in the state authority. It's not something, you know, and that's why we spent some time in our meeting today going over those state statutes, making sure that we were following all the steps necessary as we go forward for the approval process. And that's why we met today, to go over that and wanted to clarify what all was, you know, process was there.
So I have a question.
Please, sir.
It sounds like, from the discussion I just heard, that we'll have a map out in the next week or so. Labor Day's Monday, of course.
So by the
Then
end
you
of
all
next
get
week at least.
emailed the map, or this week. I just want to make sure, so we're coming back now into a workshop. That date is September 13th. Are we expecting Melissa to be here, or are we on our own? Because we don't even know yet what her schedule is on the 13th. So
Correct, sir.
That needs to be hashed out tonight, too.
Well, if it's a voting item, then it's going to be a workshop item, so therefore Ms. Melissa does need to be here,
On the 13th.
because it will be a workshop for that item. And- Sound right, sir? Feel good about that, everyone? But yeah, I'm kind of feeling the same across the board a little bit. We want to,
Well-
kind of look at it a little more.
Yeah, and if we don't get the finished product until the end of next week, that doesn't give us a whole lot of time to review, because isn't our meeting the 13th? And if we didn't get it till the 9th,
Our meeting would be,
that's a
The
lot
work-
of
Couldn't be the
material
13th.
to
The workshop's the
The
13th.
workshop's the 13th. Your official meeting where you have to make a decision on it is not till the 27th.
Right, but we have to review it and talk about any changes we want in that meeting, because by the time we get to the vote, I mean,
Can't make any
potentially, it would be deferred if we can't make any changes that are contingent. Am I understanding that correctly?
And I think the goal here is like, we want to push a document that's gonna be adopted in this process, right? Well, I don't wanna send it to Board of Mayor and Aldermen and them say, hey, this isn't right, this isn't good, you still need to work on, you need to do something to that. Where I think I'll ever go, I mean, we've spent
Hours.
a long time going through this. And I don't
Months.
wanna just send something that's potentially just to come back. I wanna send it up there to be right. Like, I want it to be good. And so, and that's what I'm saying is I don't wanna speed the process up just to speed it up. I mean, I wanna send something quality that the Board of Mayor and Aldermen can say, this looks good, and can have their forums, the public forums, and then go from there, you know? That's,
I think you're right. We want to send a quality document. I feel like we have a quality document. We've spent quite a bit of time on it. And going forward, I think you're always going to have the possibility that something could come up at the Board of Mayor of Aldermen that would kick it back. And I don't think that's a reflection of you all and the time you spend on it or the document. I think that's just the process, the way it's supposed to work. I mean, we're
Yeah,
supposed
yeah.
to have public input.
Yes, ma'am, but the appeals process has changed it slightly, because we were under the impression that the citizens had the right to appeal any decision that we made, come back before us, talk to us, something. Now that that's off the table, so I can honestly say that there was decisions that I made in regards to the map and ordinances, thinking that there was a year for the citizen to make a decision. If you have a year to come by and we made a decision and you didn't take care of it, that's one thing. Not having any time and we're just solely making that decision, and you have 1, 2, possibly 3 public forums to discuss it at, I don't feel that I have done a good enough job. I will speak solely for myself, because I was under the impression that there was an appeals process that lasted longer than just another
During the
month,
public
making it through
process,
Board of
yeah.
Mayor and Aldermen. So on that note, I personally could not vote on it, which most of the time I don't vote. I let the board handle that unless it's tiebreaker. But I couldn't vote on that wholeheartedly because I went into it with a different thought process. I don't think that we're very far away from where we need to be. I'm not saying it's gonna take 6, 8 months, but there are certain key aspects that were possibly, and I know myself, probably overlooked because I was under the impression that the appeals process, and that's not your fault, you were just informed of that.
Yeah.
We were just informed of that, so I don't think that 20 days is gonna be enough time for us to review, scrutinize, now that we've got this other lingering variable over our heads, that it's a done deal. So I would like to review it possibly one more time, if not in workshop and special meeting. If it's nothing but coming to workshop, and if we feel good about it at workshop, we can move forward. If we feel that there's more than a handful of changes, then we probably do need to come back. Because I think everybody's gonna have that same impression once they look at everything before us, that, oh, well, I wish I had changed this knowing this. So that's just my thought process on that.
No.
So, like Mr. Rutledge and everybody on the board, I think we want a good product to send, and not that I don't expect it to come back to planning. I do expect it to come back, but I want it to come back for not something we overlooked because of lack of information. That's my speech on that. If anybody else wants to add to that.
I'm good.
So at this point, I think we'll look at it at next month's workshop, and if we feel good about it, we'll move forward. If we don't feel good about it, we'll cross that bridge appropriately when the time comes. Is that a fair
Okay.
statement, sir?
Absolutely.
Just want to clarify, so the zoning ordinance regulations and the map will be out via email for us to review prior to the workshop.
Yes, oh, yeah. Yeah, we were close to getting it out today. I just didn't want to send it out without having fully
And
gone through everything.
is it a reality for us to get a hard copy from planning? Because I just have a better time with a book and a map.
Just let us know and we'll print
Okay.
them and get them to you. or let you know where to pick them up, whatever you need.
I get very distracted in emails because something comes in, I get sidetracked.
Similar to you saying, the workshop, previous meeting we had here, we went through the map. You made all those changes.
Yes, well, yes, I need to
So,
check.
so you, by the end of the week, you'll
Yeah.
have that map out and, okay, that just gives us more time to look at it. I'm just wanna
Yes.
make sure we
Yeah.
all understand it. And so basically, if anyone needs a paper copy, let Carl know and he'll produce a copy.
I insist we get paper copies. If you have the time and the means, please do. I will be requesting one, so we can match everything up. But we're moving forward, and thank you for the hard work, because I know this has been very difficult, and I know that we have been very difficult. We've argued amongst ourselves and everything to get this right for the citizens,
Well,
so.
that's my job, and you guys have been great to work with, and a lot of good ideas, and I think you have a good product going forward. I know there's always gonna be some hesitation and nervousness when you're doing with something like this, but I feel like you all have gone at this with a very positive attitude of trying to improve the community.
Very good. Any other questions or comments on this part of it? Anything else for us?
Nope, I don't think so.
I have one question.
Please, Mayor.
Subdivision regulations,
Yes.
when will those, come before us for adoption?
We were talking about that today. Kyle and I and the attorneys are gonna meet probably the end of September and go over all the changes, cause they had some additional things that they wanted revised in there. And so then that should come back before you in October. Idea being that you wouldn't have to review both documents in the same month either. And that gives Kyle and the attorneys some time to go through those subdivision regulations more thoroughly, since we've been so focused on the zoning ordinance.
Any other questions or comments? We will see you at workshop next month, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Meeting adjourned.
you help me on the count of 3 as loud as we can? Dream big, read, okay? We're getting good at this summer. Let's try it. 1, 2, 3. Nope. Well, they're still not back there.
Louder, Miss Lorna.
What? Louder! Can you all be louder? That's loud. Well, I think all together. Let's do it all together. Remember our slogan: dream big, read. One more time.
You think this will happen
I
here?
think it's gonna happen.
Wait. Where do you think we should start out at?
Let's go to that end of the room over
This
there.
side?
It might happen
Okay.
over here.
Excuse me, guys.
Excuse me.
Pardon me?
Thank you.
Wait.
Excuse me.
Right here? You think this is it?
I think so.
Right there?
Right there where the wind's blowing out, right there, the air.
No.
You don't think so?
No. What if we went over there? You think we go over there?
Maybe we go over there. Excuse me. Pardon me.
Pardon me?
Oh, thank you. Fantastic. I'm just separating whole families here.
Excuse me? Pardon me? Squish a kid. Oh! There we go.
Here we go.
Right. Yep. Right there.
What do you?
Right
That
there.
look good?
Yep. Right there. I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know.
Right. No. Right there. Wait.
Maybe if we get right in front of this stage.
I don't know. I have a problem.
Thank.
It happened again.
Oh, could you just touch his toe right there? There's kind of a button there to help her out. Come on. You know you want to.
Hello.
There's.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Oh,
much.
my
He gets
goodness.
stuck sometimes. He's old.
Let's try right up front there.
That's
They're suggesting
fantastic.
we go up front there. So
Let's
let me go see.
That's a fantastic
there.
idea. Excuse me.
Right up here.
Excuse me.
Yeah. Right there.
Right there.
I think if we count to 10,
Is there
we
one?
might have. You might look right there. 1, 2, 3. Right up there.
Right there.
I don't know if it's working.
I don't know if it's working
Is
either.
it up there, guys? Do you guys see it up there?
You guys see it?
You guys see it up
See
there
it?
too?
You know, I think it happened.
You think we got them to look at the ceiling for a good 10, 15 seconds?
Yay!
Why? Why did we get them to do that?
Because we can.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are the Brothers Hocus. How you guys doing this morning? Yeah? Oh, wait, I forgot. I have to do this officially. Boop. Oh, thank you. Sometimes I have to be reset. Sorry about that. But anyway, are you guys ready to have some fun? Yeah? All right, guys.
His name is
I'm Mr. Jason Mack, and this is...
Kevin Miller.
That's right. And we'd like to thank you for having us back here at the LaVergne Library. And we'd like to thank Miss... That's right, LaVergne.
LaVergne.
That's right. And we'd like to thank Miss Luna for having us here for Dream Big Sneeze. Dream Big Sneeze! They said it's not Dream Big Sneeze. It's Dream... They said it's Dream Big... Not Dream Big Sneeze. Dream Big Read.
Dream Big Read.
All right, guys. So I tell you what, I've got to go back here and get one little thing before we do our second trick. I'm going to let Mr. Kevin get started on our first trick. So you guys ready to have some fun? All right?
Fantastic. Look at all the smiling faces out here today. We need a chair and we need one volunteer. All right. Thinking lady in the pink. Yes, you. Fantastic. Now, there's a prerequisite to this trick. Do you like marshmallows? Maybe. Have a seat. What's your name? Kiwi? Keely. Not like the fruit. Fantastic. All right, for this special trick, I need everyone to make a magical gesture. It goes just like this. Fantastic. You guys are so good. Now,
They put it up against their mouth, not their nose this time, right?
yeah, don't yank it up there. Just right up in there. Fantastic. All right. So this is a special trick in which you're all going to get to see the magic happen. But That's right. But only she'll get to experience the magic. That seem like a pretty good deal? Yeah, fantastic. All right, so let's see. Come on in, find a seat. We're just getting started. So I have here a whole bag of marshmallows. We'll see what happens later on. All right, so here's how this is going to work. And remember, the magical gesture, just like that. Fantastic. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to count to 3. I'm going to place the marshmallow inside my hand. And if it's still in there, if we think it's in there, it's yours. All right? Now this is just a practice one. We're just going to position you out there. By the way, smile to everybody. They love to see you up here. Fantastic. It's just a practice. 1, 2, 3. You think we got it? No? Well, then you wouldn't get to have your very own marshmallow if we didn't. That one is yours. And where I washed my hands beforehand? Or did I? That's the magic. All right, this one's for real, okay? So here's what we're going to do. Remember the magical gesture. Fantastic. All right? 1, 2, 3. Think we got it? You're absolutely right. We didn't.
It's because you brought back.
The magical gesture is fantastic. So we're going to try this again. All right? 1, 2, 3. We did? We did. Shh. Magical gesture time. Children. I mean, you got one. So, you know what? This might be too easy for me. I think that these little marshmallows just might be a little too easy. So what we need to do, we need big old marshmallows. They're like, oh yeah, it'll be great. Charmin toilet paper roll marshmallows, what these are. That would be awesome to have, wouldn't it? Yeah?
Look at him.
Just so, the magical gesture, so that the magic can happen. All right? 1, 2, 3. It's gone? But where did it go? But do you know where it went? No, not a clue.
Thank you for being our volunteer.
Thank you so much.
Oh my goodness. You know what that was?
That was just awesome.
That was silly.
That was silly.
All right, hey guys, we're going to move on to the next. What we got here next today is something that's the first time we brought here to the LaVergne Library. It's kind of silly. It's kind of fun. We have the Adventures of Super Frog. Now, how many of you wants to join us in the Adventures of Super Frog today? Raise your hands really super duper high. All right, what I need everybody to do is I'm going to bring out Super Frog. We got to bring him out, and what we're going to do is we're going to yell out really big and loud. Come on out, Super Frog, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh my goodness, what a great welcome. All right, so what we got to do is we're going to join Super Frog in his superhero adventures today. And we've got to find 2 people to join me on stage. Now wait, first of all, I have to ask Super Frog. Hang on just a moment. All right, wait. Nope. What? I don't. I think she could be married, Super Frog. I don't know. Let me see. Wait, what? Oh, wait. This lady, right back here. What? Yep. This lady right here in the pink shirt. Okay, all right. Would you? I think he's talking about you. Would you mind joining us up on stage? All right. Come on. Now, come on right over here. Hi there. What's your name? Ashley. Say hi to Super Frog, Ashley. Super Frog, why don't you say hi to Ashley? What do you mean, hello, baby? Super Frog. Take a rest. Okay. Now, first of all, you're going to be our damsel in distress today, okay? So there's a couple of things I'm going to do. We're going to make you up really pretty. We're going to add some things here from the owl. We're going to make you very pretty here. We're going to add a tiara, just like so. And I need you to hold on to these 2 pieces of candy because they will play an important part in today's story. Now, we have our superhero. We have our damsel in distress. And there's one more person we need. What is the other person that we need in a superhero? Wait. What character do we need in a superhero story? A bad guy? A villain? Is that what you said? We need a villain. We need a villain. Right?
Oh. Where's the Super Frog? Is he here?
Super Frog's here.
Oh, alas, we meet again for the first time today.
What are you doing here?
I'm the villain.
I was about to pick someone else to
Oh,
help
an
us out here.
apprentice! Fantastic! I love. Oh, okay. I need someone evil. Someone evil. Oh, look at all the energetic evil. You know who's evil. Parents, point to the evil ones. Oh, fantastic! Very good. Let's see. Oh, you, sir, you look especially evil today. Oh my goodness. So much evil in you.
Come right up, join us here on stage.
Let the hate flow through you. What's your name?
Timothy.
Timothy. How about evil Timothy? All right, yes. Fantastic. Now, if you would just stand right here.
Right up there, that's right. Now,
Fantastic.
there are 2 things that I think you need to give our villain to make
yes.
him a villain just as good as
You need an awesome disguise like mine. So if you would just face out in the audience, and we will get that for you. Here we go. You'll need. Oh, this is going to be fantastic. You need a mask, like so. Feel free to play with it any way you like.
Perfect.
We have nocturnal animals falling over, and we need to put on the cape. If you would.
Is it the Cape of Doom?
All right, here we go.
All right, stand right there. Back up just a little bit there.
Yes, back up.
Just a little bit. All right.
Fantastic. Here we go.
Okay. So we have our villain in training,
Villain in training.
and we have our damsel in distress,
Damsel in distress.
and we have our superhero who is Super Frog. That's right.
Something like that.
Now, first of all, let me give you guys a little bit of the story of what's going on here in the town of LaVergne. Is that right? No. Anyway, in the town of LaVergne, our evil villain has been trying to collect all the candy in
I
the
will
city
try to collect
and
all the
trying to
candy.
keep it in a safe.
Ah, here we go. I have all the candy in the safe.
When recently, our damsel in distress has just returned from a candy store, and our villain decides to add to his collection.
Excuse me, if you would just hold on to our safe. Very good. Go, Timothy. Oh, excuse me?
Evil Timothy.
Evil thief.
And our villain comes upon the scene and takes the candy from our damsel in distress.
It's part of the story. Thank you. Oh, fantastic. I appreciate this. What we will do
And
is
returns to the evil hideout where he's going to add to his collection of candy.
I shall now add to my collection of candy.
Perfect. When suddenly our damsel in distress begins to cry because she has just lost her candy.
She doesn't seem very worked up over it.
No, she doesn't.
Maybe you should have got better candy.
Well, first of all, let me add this to it. Recently, our villain has been doing some updating to his hideout. He's just recently added a trap door.
Oh yes, we need a trap door.
It's actually a refurbished trap door. Why do you have a refurbished trap door?
Well, you see, evil isn't as economically feasible as it used to be back in the day. Ever since the dissolve of Lehman Brothers and stuff like that, we just can't do that. So here's what we'll put that right there.
That's right. Now, Super Frog, what his biggest trick is he can go from one place to another without being seen. And hopefully, as long as he has his cape, he has his superpowers, and he'll be able to make that trip. Now, first of all, it might be a good idea to make sure that you don't have any frogs on your side of the stage.
I think so. Would you look in there and see any frogs?
No frogs.
Any frogs? Any frogs? You know?
No
You good?
frogs.
Fantastic. Now what we'll do is we'll put that right there and you just hold it like so.
There you go. Hold it just like that. Now, just as soon as our damsel in distress began to cry, Super Frog showed up on the scene. on the scene. That's right. Thank you, ma'am. Now, if you would be kind enough to move around in the audience, it would sound like a whole lot more people were laughing.
I see what you did there.
Now, Super Frog is going to go in from here on the scene, and I'm going. Now, let me ask you something. If I promise to let you hold on to Super Frog, will you promise me one thing?
One scene.
You will not kiss him or attempt to kiss him. Okay. All right. What I want you to do is hold him up right there to your chest. Hold both sides. Grab both sides of the envelope. Put him right there to your chest. And what we're going to do is we're going to count to 3 and see if we can get Super Frog to jump from one side of the stage to the other. Okay? All right. So you hold it real tight. Don't let him out. You hold yours real tight. Don't let him in. But we're going to see if we can do it. Okay? On the count of 3.
Oh, he'll be fine. He won't let nobody in. Look at him. He's tough.
1,
The best evil person ever.
2, 3. Did you feel anything happen? Nothing? Hang on just a second. Hey, Frog. Doing a show here. Yeah. Come on. No, you don't have time for a barbecue. Let's try this again. You hold on to him real tight. Hold on to the edges right there. All right, we'll try it again. We're going to try one more attempt to make the jump. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Anything?
No.
Anything? Nothing?
I'm beginning to suspect Super
Wait.
Frog is not so super
Hey,
after all.
hey, you're showing me up, Frog. We got a show to do. All right, we're going to give you one more chance. Okay. We're going to give him one more chance, okay?
Maybe evil will win this time. You think?
Evil never wins.
Evil will win this time.
No. Here we go. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
No.
No? No? All right, Froggy. Froggy Pants. What do you... Now let me tell...
Oh my goodness.
You told me nothing happened.
He was like cardboard a second ago.
Super Frog has left the scene. Now wait. Do you think he made it into the trap door? I bet he...
No, look at this guy. He's so full of not letting frogs in trap doors. He just can't have
Let's see.
it.
Did
We
he
are
make it in the
excited about frogs today, apparently.
Yes. What? What?
Oh my goodness.
What is it?
It's his cave.
Woo! He's naked.
Oh wait. Oh man. Now this is not good because Super Frog cannot complete his task if he doesn't have his cape. So what
that's
I've got
fine.
to do.
That's okay. We don't need him.
Yeah. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna try to send it back to him. Okay?
I know where
On the
it
count
is.
of 3. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, and just like that, it's gone. Now, I bet if we're in good luck, he probably found the way to your safe, and he probably got all of your candy back.
I know.
What were you doing? What were you doing?
You let him get all the candy. Thank you. We appreciate it. Now, Super Frog might still be in your lair.
You know, he might. We should go look for Super Frog. Come. Refurbished my rear end.
Well,
Have you seen the frog?
What?
Have you seen the frog?
Whoa! He did it! Guys! Super Frog made it!
Buddy.
He got the candy back!
Okay. Prepare to take the blame in 3, 2, now.
Wow! That was kind of crazy. You know what? Super Frog, being the superhero that he is, says that if you will join the good side, he bets that she will share one of these pieces of candy with you. Are you willing to go back to the good side? Are you willing to let him have a piece of candy if he goes to the good side? Ladies and gentlemen, give it up to our volunteers who joined us today. And thanks, Super Frog. Thank you. Let me stand your stuff there for me. Thank you, guys. Woo! Sorry, babe. Yep, there we go. Thank you very much. You guys having fun? Yeah? Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to move on to something. Excuse me.
Yeah.
You're
Why do you have a menu?
Oh, it's break. It's break.
It's break.
The librarian wanted us to do magic and said we could have one break.
No. We don't have time. We've only done 2 things.
Yeah, and now it's break time.
You don't have time to leave and go out and get any food. It's time to. We got to go on with the show.
But you see, I really want this. I don't know. What do you think would be best? What do you like? I love the audience participation.
It's very loud.
That's a lot of it. Chicken wrap. I like the hamburger myself.
Well, but even if you do like the hamburger, look, we don't have time. We've got to go on with the show.
Okay.
So-
well, what if I ordered in?
No, we gotta go on. So we don't have time to. You don't have time to go anywhere. What? Fries too? Really? Okay. Well, if you made this, then surely you can make another. You can get me some, right?
I don't know.
You said it was, you had
Um,
time for break time.
Because there's a lot
What?
of
You get the last. Well, I'm not gonna eat these. You are eating these. Let's move on. We got other stuff to do. You can finish these after the show.
All right.
Give me these. Give me these. Give me these. Give me these. All right. You know what we need?
Glass of water.
Probably so. We need 2 volunteers. Okay. Right? Okay. And I'm gonna go with. I'm gonna try to choose a boy and a girl. Try to be fair this time. I'm gonna use this young man right here in the blue, and I'm gonna let you pick somebody.
Oh.
Is that too good? Got to pick about the same height somewhere around there.
Yep.
All right.
Ooh, someone from the back. You.
Yes.
Pigtails. Yeah.
Who?
No. You. Yeah. Number 14. Come on up.
Woo!
Or no.
Or you? 04.
04. 04.
That's right. 04. What a great year. Okay. All right. Are you guys glad you volunteered? Maybe not in a minute. We'll see. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to do a little something here today. We're going to do something called the Houdini chain escape. But we need you guys to help us out a little bit.
You know
okay?
what else I think we need?
What?
We need everyone to dial it down just a bit.
We want to make sure everybody else can hear what's going on. Okay? All right. It's very hard. I know some. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to do Houdini's famous chain escape, but we're going to do it a little bit differently than we've done in the past here today, and that's why we have you guys up here, okay? All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to stretch this out right in front of us. I'm going to give you that in, sir. I'm going to give you this in. And this is, parents, this is a great photo opportunity. It will get better. Put your head right through there. Put your head, just your head. Your head. Yeah, there you go. That would be your head. There you go. Perfect. There you go, right through there.
Oh, wow.
Up.
The cranial capacity of this one is tremendous.
That means she's smart.
Stand by for magic.
Oh, just wait. The strong magic man.
Yeah, really. What is this stuff made?
This is the stuff great shows are made of.
Hold still.
That's
There we
great.
go.
Woo! Perfect. Okay.
All right.
Perfect. All right, I want you to step over this way a little bit. You step over that way a little. You step that way just a little bit. Perfect. Right. Now, there's only one more thing we need. We need to make this a little bit more perfect. You know what would make this even better? We haven't used an animal in the show. We need to make some bunny rabbits. Perfect. What do you think? You know what, Kevin? I'll give you the one with the sparkles. That's right. No.
What?
Not for you. That's right. For these guys right here. Perfect. Aren't you so glad you volunteered?
Now you got to wiggle your nose like a bunny.
Oh, no. All right. So here's what we're going to do. All right? Ugh. These guys are perfect. All right, so I need somebody to bring me up. I need to bring somebody up here to lock me up, and I'm going to actually ask for an adult. Wait. I'm actually going to ask for adult for this one, okay? Just for, I know. Okay, so do I have an adult who wants to volunteer, or do I get to come pick you?
We'll let your kids decide.
Oh, yeah! Who we got? Come on. Ooh. Will you come up here and help us out? Awesome! Everybody give her a round of applause! Yay! Check it out. Hi there. Thank you for volunteering to be a victim. No, I'm just... All right, so what we're going to do is I'm going to have you lock me up in chains, okay? I'm going to put these behind my back. First of all, I want you to check out the locks. Make sure there's no funny business about the locks. They seem pretty normal.
Well, we all seem pretty normal.
All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put these on. I want you to lock these. Hang on just a second, bud. Going to bring this up right here. Wrong one. Oops, wrong one. It's all right. There we go. And we're going to make this as tight as we possibly can. Whoop, that's okay. Just bring the one on the end up. Might have to, how about this one right here? There we go. There we go, perfect. Awesome. There you go. That's what counts. Push it on in, it won't hurt. Yep. There we go, perfect. Now we're going to do the same thing with the other two on this side right here. Check it out, make sure it's good and locked up. I'm going to walk out here and let you guys check it out a little bit. Okay. Tell me when we're locked on that side. Good and locked?
Almost.
Almost.
She's almost there.
There, I heard it snap. Right, cool. All right, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I'm going to walk over here, you guys. I want you guys to pull on that. Make sure it's good and locked right there. Pull on it good and tight. Thank you. I'm going to come right over here. I'm going to have you guys pull on that. Check it out. Make sure it's good and tight. Good and tight? All right. Gesundheit. Yeah. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come over here and we're going to try to do a quick little escape right here. All right? So what I want you to do is I want you both to look out there and smile really, 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 really big. Now, if you could move down just a little bit, just bend down just a little bit lower. That's right. We're still locked up here. Okay, good. It's good. All right. Now, what we'll
I think
do is
they need
we'll
to
come over
separate
here.
a little bit. Go.
Come down just a little bit right there. That's good. Good right there. I think that's good. What if, I'll tell you what, if we scoot you forward just a little bit, that's right, and you go forward there just a little bit. I don't know what's happening here. This could be kind of strange. I tell you what, now if I go back out here like this, now wait, what if, now wait, hang on. I tell you what, we're going to make this a little bit more interesting here, okay? What I'm going to do is I'm going to borrow your hand right here. I'm going to have you grab a hold of this lock right here. Hold that right there. And I'm going to borrow your hand right here. I'm going to have you grab a hold, put your hand right there, and hold on to that lock right there. Now, stay right there for me. We are going to take the bunny ears off here real quick. Stay right there. Stay right there. Oh! Hang on. Now wait. Uh-oh. We're stuck again. Whoop. Up.
Just yank it off. It'll be fine.
Okay, cool. Now, you guys can go back to your seats. That's all right. What? You mean, wait, you guys sat together, right? You guys didn't sit together? Well, I guess you're going home today together. Hang on just a second. We'll get them unlocked. Hang on. Ladies and gentlemen, give our friends a nice round of applause. I hope these are the right keys. No? All right, thank you very much, sir. Why don't you top that, Mr. Kevin?
You know what? That's going to be tough to top. Thank you guys so much.
All right, we need everybody's attention one more time, so we... Okay, top it.
All right. That was pretty good. But I think it's time for me to wander out into the audience and juggle 3 flaming chainsaws.
Nope.
Yes.
Nope. Not gonna happen.
Yeah.
You know Miss Lorna loves, Lorna loves fire.
Oh, yeah.
Fire? No, we gotta know.
All right.
Okay.
How about 4 screaming children?
No, can't do that. No,
Oh, wow.
Wow, that was a good one. I like that one.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
no, I don't think
And
we-
they come pre-screamed. Look at him. Okay.
Bring it down 1 notch, thank you.
Okay, how about
Screaming chicken.
How about 3 50-pound bowling balls?
Yes.
Yes. I love the bowling ball idea.
No.
The bowling. Okay, how about this? Okay, because I love the bowling ball idea. How about we make a bowling ball up here from a magical, mysterious place? A land that time forgot. Yeah, no.
Yeah, okay, sure, whatever, let's go.
All right, fantastic.
So, wait a second. Let's make this a little bit harder on him, okay? Should we make this a little harder on him?
I heard one no. I heard
One
one
no.
no.
She's cheering you on.
Thank
Okay.
you so much.
So what we're gonna do, I think maybe we should make him pick out a color. That way he won't know. We should pick a color. That way he won't know what color bowling
I
ball.
want a little one. I don't want to make this too hard. I wonder if this little girl right here who's making way to the stage right now, you want to help us out in a trick?
Come on
You want to
down.
help us? What's your name? That's right. Help us out? Maybe?
Should we help us out?
We're gonna pick
Okay,
it.
awesome.
Fantastic. Yeah, high five. Right there.
Woohoo!
Low five, but that'll work.
That's
So,
all right.
We got all these balloons over here. Okay? All these balloons. And we got pink balloons and red balloons and orange balloons and green balloons and blue balloons. Now what you do is I want to take a handful of these balloons, just grab a handful. I want you to stick them in the bag for me, okay?
Okay.
Can you do that?
All right.
Don't tell me what to do.
There's one.
What happened?
It's unzipped.
What?
Yeah, you were. Oh, you know what, Jason?
What?
Oh,
Oh, excuse me.
you might want to zip your zipper.
Oh, yep. Oh. Excuse me. Okay. All right. Put them all right in there. Put them all in there. Get as many as you want.
You want a few more in there?
All right.
Fantastic.
I think
You
that's
are a
good.
pro at this.
I think that's good.
Now, what Mr. Jason's going to do is he's going to shake them up. Does that,
Shake the balloons, not your body.
does that finger taste pretty good?
Shake the balloons, not your head.
All right. Now, what I want you to do is I want you to close your eyes and reach in and pick one balloon out.
Can you reach in there and pull out one balloon? Reach in here, babe.
No, no,
Right
no.
here. Look, right here. Reach inside. Reach inside. Pull out one. Pull out one. Pull out one.
Got it? Oh, there it is.
Perfect.
Fantastic. I'm going to take that. Thank you so much.
Now,
So, we have our one red balloon. So we know we want the bowling ball to be red, okay? Of all these colors. You picked the red one. Cool? You like that? You want a balloon to take home? You can have that one. Awesome. Okay, so what we need now is a special magic cloth. Okay? Special magic. What we need is a special magic cloth. Good, good. So what we're going to do is we're going to put this back over here, like that. All right. So if you would stand right here and look out. You don't have to look. Just like that. And Jason is going to hold that end, and I need you to hold this end. Can you do that for me?
can you hold this side? Grab a hold. There you go. Perfect.
Fantastic.
Okay. What are you doing anyway?
Oh, well, I'm going to make a bowling ball appear.
Uh,
From behind the curtain.
tight.
You got it?
There you
Good
go.
job.
Hold it tight. Wait a second. What are you doing?
Magic sounds like a balloon sometimes. Oh, thank you, thank you. That you can actually keep that. So put that in your hand right there, and
Smile
come
real
over here.
big.
Smile everyone in. I see how you did that, Land. Hold that. You got it. This is the best. Bowling ball. Think round thoughts.
Go. What are you doing?
Yep.
Wait. What are you doing?
I'm making a bowling ball appear.
Right.
Hang on. Hang on.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
It is a bowling ball. His name is Bali.
Is that a bowling ball?
What do you think? You like it?
Wait, I have something for you know what? I'm gonna go get him a special reward for his bowling ball. Just wait. It'll be good.
See, Bali has a whole backstory. It's fun. See, he was the only bowling ball that could actually jump over the pins because he doesn't like confrontation. And right over here. And
Now wait a second.
Thank you. I don't know if he'll let me do that again, so you can keep that.
Now wait. You promised that you were gonna make a bowling ball.
I did, and then you popped it.
That wasn't really a bowling ball. Was that really a bowling ball?
You can actually grab a seat now if you want. You want to grab a seat?
So
Thank you so much.
I think you need to do what you promised. I think you need to do what you promised. You need to make a bowling ball here.
Okay. It's fine. I have something just in case for these sorts of incidents. All right. It's kind of like a magician's insurance.
Okay.
Yes, like a first aid kit. And here is the kit. It's our just in case case. Just in case. So, remember that we wanted a bowling ball, and we wanted it red, and we wanted it from 0 to 50 pounds. So, ta-da!
I think that was pretty good. Let's give Mr. Kevin a round of applause. All right. Woo!
Fantastic.
All right. Okay. Have you guys had fun?
Well, we certainly did.
Yes, we did. But I think it's just about time that we have to head out. What? What?
You want to wade through the children?
Well, wait. You know what? You know what we haven't done?
What?
We haven't taught them how to do a trick.
Is
Or
that
how we have-
what this is? Is that what you got here?
Well, we usually don't, but I'm feeling kind of nice today. Maybe. Would you guys like to see how we do a trick? How we learn how to do a trick? All right, I'm gonna trust you guys. If you, Miss Lorna, if you would hand it to a child and just let them pass it forward. Pass it forward, pass it forward, pass it forward, pass it forward. Hopefully it'll still be alive when it gets up here. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it's still good.
Okay, cool. All right, now, first things first. Before you guys get to learn, before you guys get to learn how we do a trick, you have to take the oath. Are you guys ready to take the oath? Okay. You have to. Okay. You have to raise your right hand. Some of you, your other right hand. For those of you who don't know, raise both hands and that'll work. All right. So you have to repeat after me, okay? I promise not to tell how the trick is done. Or Mommy and Daddy will go on the road with me and Mr. Kevin and the Brothers Hocus touring show, and we'll have to go to every show again and again and again, and they will see all the things that we have to do, and I don't know if I can come up with anything else to say, and I'm just going to keep talking until I get...
Forever and ever, amen, with liberty and justice for all.
You know what I noticed? You know what I noticed? When I said, the parents would have to go on the road with us, they were like, get your hands up!
Get your hands up, kids!
Get your hands
Everyone
up.
get your hands up!
All right, you guys. Are you guys ready to have a little fun and learn to see how we do a trick? Okay,
All right.
this is going to be me and Mr. Kevin, okay?
So we need
So
everyone
we need
to...
absolute silence. Okay? All right, let me see. We get these things. Sometimes they're kind of mixed up and bagged up the weird ways that they are. Oh, hey, they put the instructions on top this time.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll give you some instructions.
All right.
Okay? And I've got a good box over here. All right. This will be good. Let's see here.
Yep.
Is that alien? Wait, oh, I see. Hang on. Can I see this?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. There you go.
Thanks, buddy.
You're so
Wow.
Probably cleared
Makes
up.
a difference.
Yes.
All right, here we go. Dear sir or madam,
I'm a sir.
do you have a problem being cool?
No.
All right.
I am cool.
Do you often long to be the center of attention?
Of
Are
course.
Are you interested in astounding your friends, amazing your companions, befriending your companions, and amazing your astounders? Is there a void in your life that can only be filled with the sounds of applause and the laughter of children? Or are you looking for that final last-ditch effort to repair a relationship with a husband, wife, coworker, or offspring? Or are you broadening your horizons in a knee-jerk reaction to the economic baseball bat that is beating your company into submission?
Oh my gosh, did you just read like a whole book?
Yep. Then you've purchased the right product. We at Acme Magic stand by all of our products with this simple promise. If you don't get it right the first time, magic probably isn't for you.
Sounds like skydiving.
Your purchase of the Vanishing Bandana comes complete with 2 props.
Okay.
One, a single square of dark cloth and a yellow bandana.
Uh-oh. Kev, we have a problem.
Let's get started.
Wait.
First, pick up the bandana. The yellow bandana. Fold the bandana in half. That's right, fold the bandana in half. Now, fold it one more time. Take the folded bandana and hide it in your left hand. This is what magicians like to call taking the folded bandana and hiding it in your left hand. Remember to keep your hand held in a natural position, but be careful not to reveal the hidden bandana. Now that you've mastered hiding the bandana in your left hand, you're ready to begin. Are you having fun yet? And so I continue. Open the folded bandana. Show the audience that it is indeed a regular bandana by waving it up and down. If an audience member does not believe that it is indeed a real banana, allow him or her to wipe their face on it. Now, pick up the dark square of fabric and gather the four corners together.
Okay,
This will create a small bag.
sure.
Have you done that?
Yeah, it's great, I promise.
All right. Using your free hand, fold the bandana along the creases you made earlier and drop it inside the makeshift bag.
Yeah,
From the outside of the bag, squeeze the bandana into a small little ball. That's right, really squeeze it.
yeah.
It's too late to turn back now. What the audience didn't see is that you never actually put the bandana in the makeshift bag at all. You really kept it hidden in your left hand the entire time. Remember what we learned? Taking the bandana, hiding it in your left hand? Yes, I'm sure you do. Now, don't forget to keep your left hand held naturally.
Oh, gosh.
Now
yeah.
make a magical gesture
Yep.
and fling the bag open to receive your well-deserved applause. As compliments of our sister company, Church Street Fruit and Nuts, we have enclosed a complimentary banana.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are the Brothers Hocus, and we hope you enjoyed having us today. We had a good time performing for you. And you guys have a great day, okay?
What if you could touch a killer whale? What would it feel like? What if it were possible to build a trusting relationship with the world's top ocean predator, toothed and powerful? What if you could connect in a way that you never imagined? Swim skin to skin, let it launch you 50 feet into the air, or place you gently on a ledge? What if you found out how important killer whales are to the ocean, other animals, even us? What if you discovered really simple things that you can do every day to help make sure that this incredible species never disappears from our planet? What if?
My children, Natselani said to them, you will now live in the sea. Eat
anything in the water, but never bother people. Don't bite them.
If you see a man and he says to you, help me, killer whale,
you must help him. Then he will give you something.
Throughout time, killer whales have been a prominent feature of many cultures. Whether living up to tales of kind-hearted whales helping hunters on the sea, or down to mythological, man-eating sea monsters, they've played a visible role in various cultures.
So the Tlinkits regarded the killer whale as a very strong entity, and a certain group of the Tlinkits took the killer whale as their clan symbol or their totem.
Killer whales are found in all oceans of the world, but are most abundant in the colder waters of the polar regions.
You think of them as wanting to be in cold water all the time, but killer whales are found in all oceans of the world. So to see them in warm water down in Mexico or South American waters, and then to see them up in Alaska in cold waters is very cool.
Next to humans, killer whales are the most widely distributed mammal. Dolphins, porpoises, and whales are grouped together in the scientific order Cetacea. Cetacea comes from katos, the Greek word for whale. Killer whales belong to the toothed whales or suborder Odontoceti, and are the largest member of the dolphin family, Delphinidae. A key characteristic that this family of cetaceans share is having teeth that are cone-shaped. Orca is the Latin word meaning barrel-shaped.
Oh my gosh, I can't tell you how exhilarating that was. It was a little scary though, too. You know, I'm sitting there in the kayak and all of a sudden I've got like 20 killer whales around me. They were going underneath me. The water's so clear up there, you know, I'd look down and I'd see them right there next to me looking at me. Big eye go by. And then I was a little worried. Yeah, I was a little worried, but it was just absolutely incredible.
Most of us will never get this close to a killer whale. Still, many of us feel a connection to them. We want to find out more about them and how they've managed to survive since prehistoric times in some of the world's most extreme conditions. We've learned a lot about killer whales by studying them in the wild and through research and care in zoological parks and aquariums. But we've only just begun to scratch the surface.
Seeing killer whales in the wild is just amazing.
It's really awe-inspiring to see these whales break the surface in unison and to see a calf come over and play with your boat.
Gained a great deal of respect for their size and their power.
No other animal is a threat to the killer whale. It has earned its rank as the top predator of the sea. Every feature, body shape, size, coloration, and speed, enhances their extraordinary hunting abilities. This animal is built to thrive. In the sea, color and pattern can make a life or death difference. Killer whales are solid black and white, with a gray saddle patch just behind the dorsal fin, a perfect example of disruptive coloration. In the flickering, shadowy sunlight of the sea, other animals may not recognize a killer whale as a potential predator. In the ocean, swiftness matters. Killer whales can reach speeds of nearly 30 miles an hour, making it one of the fastest swimming sea animals on the planet. Rounded, paddle-like pectoral flippers help steer, and the strong forked fluke or tail helps move forward or stop. From underneath the ocean, killer whales must surface to breathe. Through a single blowhole, warm breath meets cold air, causing a cloud of condensation. To open its blowhole, a killer whale contracts a muscular flap. When relaxed in a closed position, this flap provides a watertight seal. Flexibility can be life-saving. In frigid waters or warmer seas, a complex circulatory system of arteries surrounded by veins in the flippers and flukes help regulate body temperature. It all adds up to the ocean's top predator, built to survive and thrive.
How do you think a killer whale got its name?
There's no other prey that will eat it.
They kill sharks.
Because it kills its food.
Because it's a predator?
Fishermen were scared of them.
It eats fish.
Doesn't it eat seals or something?
No one messes with it. It's like the ultimate predator, so.
It's the biggest one of the family, so it's the main one, so it kills all the other animals.
Can't imagine, but they are so friendly.
Why does the killer whale have such an aggressive-sounding name? Ancient sailors actually called them whale killer after witnessing killer whales attacking larger cetaceans, an event that can occur even in modern times, as seen by this amazing attack on an enormous blue whale. Being opportunistic hunters, their diets vary from one region to another. Mostly, they eat fishes, squids, and marine mammals, like seals. Their attack strategies include cooperative hunting, stalking and ambushing, and pursuing prey. They swallow their food whole, or if it's too big to eat in one piece, they tear it into large chunks. With several strategic options, it's safe to say the killer whale's hunting is calculated, complex, and very successful.
One of my graduate students in the last 3 or 4 years discovered that a young male, when his mom had a baby, all of a sudden he's footloose and fancy-free, and he formed a social bond with other males here at SeaWorld San Diego. That was something that we didn't know these killer whales did.
Killer whales live in social units called pods, and within many of these group settings, there's a social hierarchy. Even though males are much larger than females, the pod is matriarchal, with females at the top of the hierarchy. When traveling, females and juveniles generally stay in the center of the pod, while adult males swim at the wings. Killer whales are very social and may connect with other whales through a range of communications.
We don't call it a language, but we do see dialects in killer whales, and in fact, they're very special that way. If you, for example, travel to the south, you may pick up a southern accent if you're there for too long. But if you move somewhere else in the world, you may develop a new accent based on who you're hanging out with. We call that dialects in killer whales.
In addition to vocalizations, killer whales have other behaviors that may serve a variety of purposes. A breach might scratch an itch. Spy hopping might give a look above the water surface, or be a way of communicating with others. Killer whales are among the most curious of cetaceans, with a tendency to play, to manipulate objects, or join in the fun wherever it's happening. Is it possible that the whale connection could reach beyond the pod?
I came the first time when I was 20, and I was in college taking economics classes, and I watched the show and I watched the guy fly through the air, and right then I was like, that's what I gotta do. So I talked to one of the trainers after the show, said, how do you get the job? They told me, and I went back to school. I changed my major, and here I am.
The babies, they're usually the most challenging. They're so rambunctious and very playful and have the shortest attention span. So they definitely could keep you on your toes and teach you a lot of things of how to work with them.
I'll be talking with the guests or just make eye contact across the pool, and you can see that look in their eye, and you know that it's hit them just like it hit me so many years before. And it's amazing. You don't know if you're going to be maybe inspiring that child to become an animal trainer or maybe follow another dream in their life.
I cannot believe I'm 50 feet in the air on top of a killer whale. Like, who does that?
I get to swim with killer whales, and I get to train them, and I get to interact with them. It's a wonderful thing.
Training animals is a rewarding and fulfilling career, but it's not always easy and fun. It takes hard work and dedication. But it's worth it. Here are the basics you'll need in order to succeed. You have to be 18 years old, and to work with marine mammals, you have to have your scuba certification and a high school diploma. Once you have those three things, you'll need to pass the SeaWorld swim test. You'll need to be a very strong swimmer for this. First, you'll have to be able to do a freestyle swim, an underwater hold-your-breath swim, and a surface dive, where you pick up a weight and bring it back to the top. And you have to do it all in cool salt water, without a wetsuit. It's a pretty competitive field, so here are a few tips to give you the edge. A college degree in any science field is good. If the degree is in biology, psychology, or marine biology, it's even better. But any four-year degree is a definite plus. And if you want to get a jump start on experience, volunteer for any animal-related organization. Animal training. It takes hard work and dedication, but in the end, it's definitely worth it.
They're pretty neat and they can swim really good.
He's a beautiful animal.
Because he splashes people.
He's so big and huge, it's just great to see an animal like that.
The confidence they have in the trainers is really good.
An English family that was born when I was a kid. I remember the whole story on TV and I always wanted to come see it.
I liked it when he splashed us.
They're really funny and they get you wet.
I just dreamed and dreamed about being able to build a friendship with the top predator of the ocean. To have that relationship was something that just stuck in my heart. I always wanted to do.
I remember my first time interacting with a killer whale and just rubbing her down, and she took a big breath in my face, and that was really powerful to me, and it kind of gave me the sense that for once in my life I was exactly where I was supposed to be.
I could feel every time she took a breath, her back would move, and every time she kicked her tail, it just blew me away.
I interacted with Takara for about 2 years before I got in the water with her. My heart stopped because I've been waiting for it for that long, and to feel what it's like to experience something with one of your best friends, you know, that you've made over the years was magnificent.
The human connection with killer whales can be a powerful bond. This close connection has taught us a lot. So much of what we've learned about these animals has come from observing and interacting with them in human care. At SeaWorld parks, animals are always asked to perform a behavior, and their willingness to respond is up to them. So, you can understand how important the trainer relationship is with the whale. Trust is key to this relationship. We see the results of that relationship in the shows, but training also helps maintain good health.
Whale training is extremely important because we rely on the training to
conduct a medical exam, and without that training, or husbandry training that we call it, for doing basic procedures that we look for general health parameters. Without those behaviors, it'd be hard to get to the animal.
When a killer whale voluntarily presents itself, a variety of tasks can be performed. Every 2 to 4 weeks, trainers take measurements on each whale, including body length, girth at several points, and dimensions of the flippers, flukes, and dorsal fin. During pregnancy, periodic monitoring ensures the health of both mother and calf. Even dental care is part of their health routine. Killer whales are trained to hold still and stay calm throughout procedures. There is no doubt, training reaches far beyond the behaviors guests see in shows. Training also helps ensure safety, health, and well-being.
You just watched the show. Do you know which whale was Shamu?
The big one that wet us, that was Shamu.
It was the big one,
yeah,
and it came up and absolutely soaked you.
The biggest one, I think.
The last one that came?
Yeah, they all look a lot the same, like.
The big one.
SeaWorld's Shamu is the most recognizable killer whale in the world, allowing all ages to get as close as possible to this amazing species. But who exactly is Shamu? Shamu's legacy began when a large male killer whale was accidentally caught in fishing nets in British Columbia. The whale was named Namu after a nearby fishing port and was moved to Seattle to be the first killer whale publicly displayed in the Pacific Northwest. A female whale soon joined Namu, and she was named Shamu, a contraction of she in Namu. Shamu became the first killer whale to travel by plane when she was moved to SeaWorld in San Diego. We continue to honor Shamu's name in our daily presentations. Whether it's learning from Shamu, people that work directly with killer whales, or by observing them in the wild, our connection to killer whales is unquestionably strong.
The connection with a killer whale is unlike probably any other animal that I've ever worked with.
And a vital link to their survival.
On stage, they may all be called Shamu, but every one of SeaWorld's whales has its own name and a distinctive personality to go with it. Names are chosen in several ways. In some cases, the trainers have named the whales. On other occasions, our guests and pass holders have been asked to vote. The names selected usually have meanings in other languages. Nakai was the first calf conceived by artificial insemination, so he was named Nakai, which is Native American for victory. Una means to love and adore in Icelandic. Taima was born during a thunderstorm, so she was given the name Taima, which is Icelandic for crash of thunder. Kaliha's name was selected by SeaWorld annual pass holders. It means beauty in Hawaiian. Trua is Icelandic for believe, and Trua commemorates the premiere of our Believe show. Takara is Japanese for treasure. And Kit is the word for whale in Russian. The name Shamu has come to symbolize the mystery, majesty, and wonder of all killer whales. By giving all of our whales the opportunity to participate in this starring role, we create a great environment for them and an exciting, meaningful experience for our guests.
Field research is very inspirational, it's very exciting, it's something that I think being out there in the field impacts you in a way that you just can't feel when you're sitting at home watching it on TV.
Every living creature has a story. They eat, breathe, grow, communicate? It's no different with the killer whales. Simply by being here, they have so much to tell us. All we have to do is pay attention. Though there are advantages to observing killer whales in the wild, in the protected setting of a marine zoological park, we're able to study them on a more consistent and intensive basis.
We can't really track them and follow them as individuals very well in the wild, but we can certainly see how they develop their dialect here under controlled conditions at SeaWorld and learn who they learn from, what kind of social interactions they have with other individuals to promote that, and maybe develop hypotheses about how we can help them in the wild.
Through Dr. Bowles and similar researchers, we've learned a tremendous amount about killer whales. We know they're capable of performing some very complex tasks. They learn different things at different rates, and, like people, there can be huge variations among individual animals of the same species. What Hub SeaWorld Research Institute is learning from whales at SeaWorld translates into crucial information for whales in the ocean.
We do research in 4 major topic areas: aquaculture, large-scale ecology, ocean health, and then finally there's my topic area, which is bioacoustics. We're trying to study how human-made noise, for example, interacts with animals in the wild, and also to understand the basic biology of their communication.
The more we understand how killer whales communicate and how noise impacts them, the more information we have that can potentially help protect whales in the wild.
To watch something underwater spin and swim quickly.
We were all just holding our breath. We watched the delivery of the birth. We watched the mother assist the calf to the surface for that first breath, and it was just a magic moment.
SeaWorld's killer whale breeding program is the most successful in the world. Data gathered over the decades has given valuable insight into reproduction, calf development, and special needs during pregnancy and following birth. This information has led to the successful development of artificial insemination techniques that help maintain diversity within our family of whales and could impact future killer whale populations and other at-risk animals.
We can get samples from other countries that have killer whales in captivity, so we can improve our genetic diversity by using other male genetics to improve that diversity, and that helps us and our population grow. And that may very well lead us to information that we can use for wild animals as well.
Researchers around the world continue to gather and share information on killer whales. But so much about these fascinating animals is still a mystery, a story that will continue to unfold for generations to come. Assuming, that is, that we take good care of their ocean home today.
Big things that are happening in our world, it's trickling down to where the animals are.
Maybe it was part magic and part miracle when in September 1985, the first killer whale was successfully bred, born, and raised in a zoological park. The calf, named Kalina, thrived and became an adult and a significant member of the SeaWorld whale family. In February 1993, Kalina had a calf of her own, the first second-generation killer whale calf born in a zoological park. Since then, Kalina has given birth to 3 more calves in 1995, 1999, and 2004. Killer whales have been born at SeaWorld parks in San Diego, San Antonio, and Orlando. And it started with the grandma of them all, Katina.
We all love all the whales, but there's always that one. For me, her name is Katina. I love her like a person.
The killer whale is a top predator, and a top predator is affected by everything beneath it. A killer whale can feed on large fish or small mammals, but what do those things feed on? Smaller fish, little fish, plankton, krill. You knock out any block below that top predator, you're affecting him. And I think that is kind of the ambassador for marine conservation, is that animal's affected by everything you do beneath it. So conservation is really important at all levels.
One drop in the ocean creates a ripple effect, reaching far beyond its origin. Although most killer whale populations are not endangered at the moment, scientists are concerned for their future, the ripple effect of damage done.
Well, I don't know how to bring home the size of the issues that they face right now back to people.
Several things are having an impact on killer whales. Competition for limited fish stocks threaten them and other animal populations worldwide. More and more fish are being taken from the sea for human consumption. Fisheries programs have been successful at replenishing overfished stock or even raising fish to sell directly for eating.
Our future, we feel really optimistic about. Our white sea bass program, we're expanding into other species, not only to release back into the ocean, but also to provide in a more traditional farming way directly to the consumer.
Other things are affecting the killer whale's home, the ocean.
You also have to deal with parasites and boats and people and pollution and climate warming and all that. So there's so many hurdles that they have to overcome to survive as a species.
It can all have a ripple effect on the whales, the ocean, other animals, and on us, since we're all connected.
There are so many decisions that we make every day that can make either a good difference or a bad difference to the survival of numerous species of animals.
Pick up after yourself. Leave every place you visit cleaner than when you found it.
Think twice before pouring chemicals or detergents down the drain.
Please remember, everything eventually makes its way to the ocean.
Be an informed consumer. Don't buy products made from threatened or endangered species.
Choose foods that are as environmentally friendly and sustainable as possible.
Learn, discover, question,
explore all you can about animals and the world we share.
Visit a zoo or aquarium.
Read, ask, surf the web. Or better yet, take a hike, hit the beach, climb a mountain, or dive a reef.
Then pass on what you've learned and get involved.
When we look eye to eye with another creature, we realize we're more alike than different. We all need clean air and water and a safe place to call home, a home we all share, Earth. We are all connected. We're all part of the ripple effect with killer whales, other wildlife, and their habitats. By watching this program, you have become that drop in the ocean. Without you, the ocean would be less because of that missing drop.
I really think it does come down to ocean health. Killer whales are intelligent, they're adaptable, they're found in all oceans of the world. If we give them a chance, if we work towards healthy oceans, they will find a way to survive.
Hi, welcome to Space Station Alpha. I'm Commander Bill Shepard, and these are my fellow crewmates, Flight Engineer Sergei Krikalev and Soyuz pilot Yuri Gidzenko. And right now we're orbiting 230 miles above the Earth. On today's NASA Connect, you'll learn how NASA researchers are working together with international resources aboard Space Station Alpha. You'll observe NASA engineers and researchers using math, science, and technology to solve their everyday problems. Plus, you'll get to construct your own model of the space station and check out an interactive website that's out of this world. So stay tuned and hop aboard for another exciting episode of NASA Connect.
Wait, I think I see them.
There they go.
Wow, they're traveling pretty fast.
They sure are. Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Hey, did you know that the space station is orbiting our Earth right now? And it's so big that sometimes you can see it travel across the sky.
That's right. Later on in the show, we'll tell you how. But first, welcome to NASA Connect, the show that connects you to math, science, technology, and NASA.
This is Tranquility Park in downtown Houston, Texas. I'm Jennifer Pulley.
And I'm Van Hughes.
Now, before we start the show, make sure your teacher has the lesson guide for today's program. It can be downloaded from our NASA Connect website. You'll want to keep your eyes on our friend Norbert, because every time he appears with questions like this, have your cue cards from the lesson guide and your brain ready to answer the questions he gives you. And teachers, when you see Norbert with a remote, that's your cue to pause the videotape and discuss the cue card questions.
Today, we're at NASA Johnson Space Center here in Houston.
Why? To learn about the International Space Station, or the ISS, and the people who make it work. The ISS is a huge laboratory being built in orbit. Scientists on the ground will send their research to the station to be performed by astronauts from all around the world.
There are 16 countries participating in the largest and most expensive laboratory ever built in space. By working together rather than competing, top scientists from around the world can collaborate and share information.
Using the United States Space Shuttle and various rockets from other countries, it will take more than 100 space flights to assemble the 100+ components of the ISS.
The ISS will be about the size of a football field. It will weigh approximately 1 million pounds, or over 100 adult elephants, approximately total the volume of a 747 jumbo jet, and generate enough power to light up more than 40 average homes.
How will the International Space Station get all that power?
From the sun. Giant solar arrays will capture the energy from the sun and convert it to electricity. We'll learn more about the parts of the space station and what they do a little later.
As we witnessed from the Expedition 1 crew, the first full-time residents on the ISS, the space station now supports human life. During Expedition 1's 5-month space stay, the crew of the Space Shuttle Atlantis delivered and installed the first U.S. laboratory, Destiny. This lab, built by the Boeing company at the NASA Marshall Space Flight Center, is the centerpiece for scientific research on the station and will support many experiments.
Space station crews will continue to rotate shifts every 4 to 6 months, preparing the station for the arrival of more components and beginning scientific research.
Why build an International Space Station?
Great question. If you'd like to study sound, you'd go to a quiet room. If you'd like to study light, you'd go to a dark room. And if you'd like to study the effects of gravity, you'd want to go into an anti-gravity room. But since there's no such thing on Earth, we have the ISS.
On board the ISS, a microgravity environment is created. This is where the effects of gravity are reduced compared to those experienced here on Earth. You see, the ISS is in a continuous state of free fall around the Earth, causing the astronauts and objects inside to appear to float and be weightless. You can experience free fall when you jump off a diving board. You are practically weightless until you hit the water.
But how does the space station stay in orbit if it's falling towards the Earth?
Here's an analogy. 300 years ago, a great scientist by the name of Sir Isaac Newton imagined an experiment in his head. He pictured a cannon on top of a very tall mountain. When he fired the cannonball would soon fall to Earth. But if he used a cannon with more power, the cannonball would go halfway around the Earth before it landed. And if he used a super-duper cannon, the cannonball would go so fast that it would fall at the same rate that the Earth's surface is curving away beneath it. This super-fast cannonball would never hit the Earth. It would be in orbit. And if you were sitting on the cannonball, you would feel weightless. NASA uses rockets instead of a cannon, and the ISS instead of a cannonball.
By understanding the effects of gravity, we can learn why things behave the way they do.
Take the human body, for instance. How does a microgravity environment affect the residents of the ISS? One of our guests will fill us in.
The ISS will also give students like you first-hand experience with the space program. Get this, from your own classroom, you can talk via amateur radio to the astronauts on board the ISS.
Or learn about Earth from the unique perspective of space with EarthCam, which stands for Earth Knowledge Acquired by Middle School Students. The EarthCam has already flown on 5 shuttle missions involving students nationally and internationally. Visit the EarthCam website to learn more.
And don't forget, later in the show, you'll be constructing your own model of the ISS. But before we do that, let's learn about some of the parts that make up the space station.
How will the space shuttle attach to the ISS? Describe 2 ways that the International Space Station will stay in Earth's orbit.
Describe the function of the solar arrays, thermal radiators, robotic arm, and truss.
I'd like to welcome NASA Connect this morning to the Johnson Space Center here in Houston. My name is Connie Van Prey-Kremens, and I work with the International Space Station program doing outreach and communications. What we're building in outer space is a world-class research facility. The United States NASA is the lead integrator of the program. ESA, the European Space Agency, the Russian Space Agency, the Japanese Space Agency, and the Canadian Space Agency all own the International Space Station, and as partners bring elements and people and training and research and all the facilities that we're building to our orbiting facility. In 1998, we began with a Russian-built, US paid-for module called Zarya. What it was is the initial power block and brains of the station. Soon after that, we launched Unity. That was a Boeing-built United States element. Unity is one of 3 connecting bridge modules that will be put on the International Space Station. After we put Unity up, came the service module. That's an entirely Russian element. It's Russian-built and Russian-launched. And the service module actually took over much of the functions that we had of Zarya. And it also is the place where the astronauts live, work, and sleep.
How does the shuttle dock to the space station?
Well, that's what Unity provides. Unity has 6 docking ports. So the shuttle comes up and docks to a pressurized mating adapter, which is attached to the Unity bridge. And then through there, supplies can be moved into the space station.
So how will the station get power for the astronauts to use?
From the sun. What the International Space Station has is a series of giant solar arrays, photovoltaic solar arrays. We have 1 set of arrays up there right now. There'll be 4 in total that will be aligned along the truss.
What exactly is a truss?
The truss is a backbone girder-like structure, and you'll see this long, almost like steel beam crate box, and that is literally what these solar arrays are going to be attached to. It's what modules are hung from, and the astronauts will be walking along it. Also walking and riding along it will be the Canadian robotic arm system for the International Space Station. Attached to the arm is what we call a special dexterous manipulator system, or a very smart hand that can go along and pick up different parts, modules, and move it around.
Okay, so I know that the solar arrays are on the truss, but what are the other panel things?
Van, you're probably talking about the thermal radiators. That's the heat rejection system. Much like an air conditioning system would function in your home, the job of these radiators is to collect the buildup of heat and power generated internally and use it to move that heat outside the space station and dump it into space so that we can maintain comfortable levels of working for the astronauts and for the systems.
Now, I know the ISS is in a state of free fall, Connie, but how does it stay up in orbit?
Well, initially, we have attitude control thrusters that will continue to operate throughout the life of the station. These are the little jets that use fuel to keep our attitude.
What do you mean by attitude control?
Well, Jennifer, the space station has to maintain a certain position as it's being constructed. We want to get the maximum exposure to the sun for the arrays, so the attitude control is what keeps this position of the station.
So how do you know the pieces are going to fit together when you get them in space?
Well, this is part of the miracle challenge that confronts the International Space Station program, because these major elements have to fit together with hairline tolerance the first time when they're attached in Earth orbit. All the flight elements are literally put in line on their way to get integrated into the shuttle. What we can't do physically, we're doing through software. In fact, controlling the International Space Station is going to take more than 2 million lines of computer code. And we're learning valuable things through that testing. We're fixing problems before they ever become a problem on orbit.
Thank you so much, Connie. Now that we've learned about some of the parts of the ISS, how would you like to build your own model?
But wait, there's a catch. You have a budget.
NASA Connect traveled northwest to San Francisco, California for this program's classroom activity.
NASA Connect has asked us to show you this program's classroom activity.
You'll work in groups to design an alternative space station. Then you'll create a model using everyday items like aluminum cans, cereal boxes, and straws. You'll analyze and interpret data to determine the best design based on budget restrictions, weight, and placement of the parts that you construct. Teachers, make sure you download the lesson guide for this activity from the NASA Connect website. In it, you'll find a list of materials, directions, and student worksheets. We won't cover everything in the next few minutes, but we will give you a general idea about how it all goes together. To begin, your teacher will display the labeled picture of the ISS, as it may appear upon completion. Discuss each component and its functions.
Okay, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration needs your help. They want you to design and build a model of an international space station, and your budget is $1 billion.
Your first step is to construct the components. To power your station, you'll make photovoltaic or PV arrays using transparency film and craft sticks. The thermal radiators used to cool the station are made with aluminum foil. A cardboard tube serves as the docking port. The habitation and laboratory modules are made with aluminum cans. The truss segments used to connect the modules are made from foam food trays. A small cereal box represents the core module of your space station. Buttons are used to simulate the attitude control thrusters. And for the robotic arm, use a flexible drinking straw. Find the total mass and total cost of each component using formulas provided in the lesson guide, and record the values on your student worksheet. Before you design and assemble your space station, you need to pay close attention to the constraints listed in Appendix A.
Okay, remember the budget for the space station is $1 billion. If you break a component or a section of the space station, you have to purchase a new one.
Now decide how all the components of your space station will be arranged. Make a sketch before you start your actual assembly, and don't forget your constraints. Use tape and glue to put it all together. When your space station is assembled, the next step is to calculate the total mass. Because the ISS is being assembled in orbit, and not here on Earth, it's impossible to get the total mass at one time. Therefore, NASA determines the total mass by taking the sum of the individual components before they are launched into space. Since we are working with a model, there are two ways to calculate the total mass. First, take the sum of the mass of the individual components, then use your balance to weight your completed model. Find the difference between the two masses and compare the accuracy of massing individual pieces with the mass of the entire space station. If the difference is greater than 5 grams, you'll be charged a tax of $1 million per gram. If the difference is less than or equal to 5 grams, then the space tax will not apply. Record any space tax on the data table. Finally, calculate the total cost of your space station by taking the sums of costs for all your components and any space tax you owe. Did you meet your budget, or are you over budget?
We would like to thank the San Jose AIAA student branch for helping us with this activity. If you would like to learn more about the AIAA mentoring program, check out the NASA Connect website.
So far, we've learned about a few of the parts that actually make up the International Space Station.
That's right, and you've been given the opportunity to put together your own model of the space station.
You know, I wonder how difficult it is for the astronauts to actually dock the shuttle to the space station.
Technology is the key. Let's connect to Shelley Canwright and learn more. NASA Connect traveled northeast to Chicago, Illinois for this program's web-based activity.
You're right, Jennifer. Technology can and will transform the way we train and educate. And that's why I've brought you here to Chicago, Illinois, to introduce you to NASA Connect's museum partner, the Adler Planetarium and Astronomy Museum, and to tempt you to apply your hands and your minds to an online space flight experience. As you can see, Adler offers the public many different ways to learn about and to explore science and astronomy. We are now here in the Solar System Gallery, where students from Bright Elementary School and the AIAA student branch of the Illinois Institute of Technology have gathered and are waiting for you to introduce you to a new website created especially for NASA Connect by the NASA Classroom of the Future, which is located in Wheeling, West Virginia. Our friends at the Classroom of the Future have put together a unique experience that combines internet-based simulations, hands-on activities, and orbital mechanics.
Orbital mechanics?
No, it's not about fixing things in space, but it's how things like motion, acceleration, and force affect objects in space, like the planets, the moon, the stars, the U.S. Space Shuttle, and the International Space Station. So how about it, gang? Do you have the right stuff for this program's online challenge?
From Norbert's lab on the NASA Connect website, click on the Activity button. Here you'll find the first hands-on experiment designed to get you ready to use the web-based orbital simulator. Using a plastic ruler, 2 glass or metal balls, a few cans, masking tape, and a stopwatch, you'll be able to define the difference between steady motion and acceleration. This simulator gives you the opportunity to view 2 objects orbiting a planet or star. By adjusting the orbital radius of one of the objects, you can begin to explore how radius, speed, and orbital period are all connected. After using the simulator, you'll begin to understand how to answer this question. How can we use our knowledge of orbits to help the shuttle rendezvous with the International Space Station? The Shuttle ISS Orbital Simulator will get you ready for the actual docking activity you will do with your classmates. On this website, you will start with the shuttle and ISS orbiting the Earth at the same altitude and 90 degrees apart. The challenge is to determine the most efficient way to position the 2 objects so that they are traveling at the same speed and close enough to each other to perform the visual docking maneuvers. Now, let's start an activity that deals directly with the International Space Station.
I'm Don Watson. I'm with NASA's Classroom of the Future and part of their International Space Station Challenge website activity. Today we're doing a docking simulation. We're going to do that by actually building a docking simulator using an office chair on wheels, tripod, video camera, a docking grid mounted in front, and a TV. We're also going to do command and control with 2-way radios. We're having thrusters that are using ropes for control, and command and control is from Mission Control. Mission Control's only reference is the video image that they see on the screen. They give movement commands to the pilot relays that information to the thrusters move, and hopefully we successfully rendezvous and dock to the space station. All additional information about how to construct the docking challenge and the chair and all activity-related material is at NASA's Connect website.
Bringing to you the power of digital learning, I'm Shelley Kienright for NASA Connect Online.
Bye! Technology really is the key to astronaut training and the tools they use.
Right, but what about the research being conducted aboard the International Space Station?
Yeah, and the microgravity environment. How does that affect the astronauts working and living in space?
Well, for answers, we came here to Building 9 at the Johnson Space Center.
What's unique about the research environment on the International Space Station?
How does zero gravity affect fluids in your body?
Describe the relationship between time and space and bone loss.
As the research manager for the ISS program here at the Johnson Space Center, it's my job to communicate with scientists who want to do research on board the space station.
I also work with the builders of the station to be sure it's both a well-equipped laboratory and observatory.
You see, the ISS is about exploration, human exploration.
It's the place where we will learn to live and work in space. It's where we'll establish a permanent human presence in space and advance human exploration of our solar system.
What kind of work will be conducted on the ISS?
Research. We will work on improving manufacturing processes, developing better health care, and researching tomorrow's products today. All this research will take place in the laboratories you saw earlier and in the unique, out-of-this-world environment of space. You see, the microgravity environment and the high vantage point for viewing Earth and the universe are unique. The permanent space station allows experiments to run for longer times than we used to on the space shuttle and gives scientists repeated access to these experiments. This research cannot be done on Earth.
Well, Dr. Bartow, it sounds like a microgravity environment will help scientists make new discoveries. But how will microgravity affect the people living on board the space station?
Great question, Jennifer. The human body reacts immediately and dramatically to the microgravity environment we feel when we go into orbit around the Earth.
Remember how you explained being on the station is like being in a state of free fall? It feels like there is no gravity. That's why we often call it zero-G.
One of the first reactions of the body to zero-G is to push our internal fluids upward in our body.
You see, on Earth, in 1G, our body works to push the fluids inside upward, so all the water, blood, and other fluids don't collect in your feet. When the body first experiences zero-G, it continues to push the fluids up, as on Earth, but since there is no 1G pulling down anymore, the upper body and head ends up with too much fluid. If you've ever seen pictures of us in space on the first day, our faces are puffed up like chipmunks because of the extra fluid in our upper body. But the body quickly senses this condition and begins to move the fluids to different parts of the body. In about 2 or 3 days, we reach a new point of balance where our bodies have less fluid in our bloodstream than the average person on Earth. If you return to Earth's 1G in this state, you would probably faint. To counteract that, we fluid load just before returning to Earth. For instance, we drink at least 1 quart of water within 1 hour of returning, along with salt tablets, which keeps the water from passing directly to your bladder.
Wow. Well, how else does microgravity affect the human body?
Well, Van, a longer-term effect, which also begins immediately, is the loss of bone mass. When you lose bone mass, your bones become brittle and can break very easily. Anyway, only about 400 humans have flown in space, and only a fraction of them were tested carefully for bone loss. The numbers so far are startling. Healthy space travelers lose bone mass 10 times faster than people here on Earth. Whether in space for 1 week or 1 year, the rate of bone loss is about the same.
Let me show you how important math is when determining bone loss.
The percent of bone loss is a function of the length of time in space. L is the percent of bone loss, R is the rate of bone loss per month, and T is the time in space. So far, the data we've collected tells us that humans in space lose bone mass at a rate of 1% per month. The function L equals RT tells us that the longer you are in space, the more bone mass you lose. We have values of T up to 14 months, and the function appears linear. So far, we haven't had any astronauts in space for more than 14 months. This rate of bone loss could be a problem if we want to go on a 3-year trip to Mars and back. That trip would cause a bone mass loss of 36%. Our bones would be so brittle, any type of physical activity would be out of the question.
This is not good news. We wish the function would level off eventually with time, and further bone loss would stop.
So, how do you measure bone loss?
Well, we measure bone loss by conducting tests like X-rays on the crew, both before and after they fly.
Each person reacts differently to zero-G, so we need to put the data from many astronauts all together and use statistics to predict the effect on future crew members.
We calculate means, medians, and standard deviation. Our statistics so far are not that good because we have data on so few people.
You see, when you average data from only a few people out of a large group, the result from those few people may not match the average of the larger group. However, if you collect data on hundreds of people, like ground-based medical research does, the average is more reliable and easier to predict. Because there are only a handful of good measurements on space flyers, our predicted average is less reliable. We just need to make many more measurements.
We'll also study why we lose our bone mass. Then maybe we can develop drugs to stop the effect. In fact, the National Institutes of Health is working with us on this research. So you see, research on ISS is not only about improving life in space, but also improving life here on Earth.
Well, thanks so much, Dr. Bartow.
You're very welcome.
Earlier in the program, Jennifer and I said you could see the ISS in the sky from your own backyard. Visit this website to see if the ISS will be flying over your city.
Speaking of the internet, how would you like to take a virtual tour of the ISS from your own computer?
NASA Connect traveled northeast to NASA Langley Research Center in Hampton, Virginia to find out about the virtual International Space Station.
The Virtual International Space Station, or VISS, is an immersive, three-dimensional model of the space station that can be installed on your computer. Once installed, you'll be able to walk about the interior and fly around the exterior of the ISS as if you were on a spacewalk. The virtual environment is similar to virtual computer games you may play. You can take a tour of each module of the station and click on the red question marks for additional information. The VISS allows you to have a realistic astronaut perspective on what it'll be like to work and live in the station.
But Pat, why was the Virtual International Space Station created?
That's a good question. As you learned earlier, the space station will allow many different experiments to be conducted all at once. The problem is this can also make things difficult for the scientists and researchers. You see, there are hundreds and hundreds of documents that go into a bunch of detail about what the station can do. Scientists and researchers who aren't familiar with the station's capabilities will have to sort through all those documents to find out if the ISS could help them with their experiments. The VISS was created so potential users of the station, like scientists, can use their computer and actually walk up to an experiment facility on the station, just like he or she would do to a book in a library, then quickly skim information to see if that facility would help with their research. Currently, the VISS is the only publicly available 3D environment to introduce people to the many capabilities of the ISS.
That's awesome. How can we get the virtual ISS?
You can download the Virtual International Space Station at this website. Because the tour includes the completed International Space Station, the files are quite large, so allow some time to download them.
Well, you know, that wraps up another episode of NASA Connect. We'd like to thank everyone who helped make this episode possible.
Yeah, Jennifer and I are waiting for your questions, comments, and suggestions, so write us at NASA Connect, NASA Langley Research Center, Mail Stop 400, Hampton, Virginia, 23681, or email us at connect@edu.larc.nasa.gov.
Teachers, if you would like a videotape of this program and the accompanying lesson guide, check out the NASA Connect website. From our site, you can link to CORE, the NASA Central Operation of Resources for Educators, or link to the NASA Educator Resource Center Network.
Until next time, stay connected to math,
science,
technology,
and NASA. See you then.
See you.
So you see, research on ISS is not only about improving life.
I'm so sorry.
Great question. Sorry. If you'd like to study light, you'd go into...
And telling people what we're doing. That was horrible.
That's not good though.
You know what we're doing? I'm going to tell you what we're doing. Oh, we're doing this. Well, that's what we're doing. Okay.
Describe the functions of the solar array's robotic... I messed up.
Currently, the VISS is the only publicly available 3D model of the space station that tells people what station can do.
Wow. Cool.
Busted. And it's so big that sometimes you can see it travel across the sky.
That's right. Later on in the show, we'll tell you wow.
Coming up on this edition of Out of the Blue from Middle Tennessee State University, we introduce you to a new major, Public Writing and Rhetoric, offered in our College of Liberal Arts. We preview our College of Education's participation in National Banned Books Week, an annual event celebrating the freedom to read and part of our MT Engage activities on campus. And did you know that MTSU can teach you how to fish? We learned this and more being offered through our Middle Tennessee Outdoor Pursuits program, part of our campus recreation center. I'm Andrew Ottman, and this is Out of the Blue. Welcome to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. There's a new major in the College of Liberal Arts, Public Writing and Rhetoric. It's an interdisciplinary major that will teach students how to write effectively for a wide range of audiences and purposes. Here to talk with us about the major is Program Director and Associate Professor of English, Eric Detweiler. Professor, welcome to the show, and we're glad to have you here.
Glad to be here. Thank you, Andrew.
So talk to me about this new major, Public Writing and Rhetoric. It's an interdisciplinary major within the College of Liberal Arts, correct?
Yeah, for sure. So we're very excited. As far as we can tell from the research we've done, this is the first kind of major like this in the state of Tennessee.
Excellent.
And the thing that separates it from the concentrations in the English major that we've already got is that this is really built around a core set of classes that is meant to introduce students to a wide range of different kinds of writing strategies, writing context, genres that they might use both for, personal and public purposes as well as in professional contexts. So while we've got a lot of great tracks in the English major and a lot of great faculty who are a little bit more focused on literature and creative writing, this is going to allow students the opportunity to move in kind of a different direction with the kinds of writing skills that they might want to foster for themselves and have different kinds of experiences, both kind of while they're in college and potentially in terms of where they go after they graduate.
I think it's fair to say that that many students have majored in English and they've learned what they've applied from that to jobs that are in this genre. But you've really taken it sort of a step further in that you're really focusing on those who have identified certain career sets. These are the things I want to do with an English degree, and you're sharpening their skills. What are some of the opportunities for employment with a major like this?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we're trying to strike a little bit of a middle ground in terms of the careers that we're preparing students for this major. It's not necessarily a major where you're going to graduate and you're going to be locked into one thing.
Right.
And that's what you're going to sort of be prepared to do over the course of your whole career. It's one where there's kind of a set of careers that are very writing intensive that students, as they're just starting out college, might not even necessarily be familiar with, but that they'll, if they pursue this major, graduate with a strong set of skills that are applicable in those fields. So things like technical writing, things like content creation and management, things like even sort of front-end web development. I mean, a lot of digital context, digital publications, where you need people not only who know kind of like the back-end kind of computer and web design stuff, but can craft written content, that kind of variety of skill sets, and also just more broadly being prepared to think flexibly about like, who's my audience here? How can I write effectively for that audience? Is something that in a lot of careers, whether they're explicitly focused on writing or have more of a surface focus on something else, still require a lot of, sort of flexible, adaptable, digitally and technologically aware writing skills to be successful in.
And that pretty much nails, and I understand the public writing part of this. In other words, this is writing that will extend to audiences of all types. Explain the rhetoric side of this. What does that focus upon?
And this was true for me when I started college way back when I was an English major, I think a lot of students who are interested in writing in English will sometimes think of it a little bit as a form of self-expression. Maybe if in high school you've had a lot more focus on novels and short stories and poetry and sort of English and writing in terms of their more explicitly kind of and traditionally creative aspects. The thing that we're really trying to emphasize with the rhetoric part here is helping students think like, how am I trying to communicate with a particular kind of audience, and how can I use rhetorical strategies, meaning how do I organize and present the points that I'm trying to make, what kind of tone am I writing in, sort of things like that. Those become really important parts of the writing process when you're shifting to thinking about writing, not just as me kind of trying to express something that I want to get across, but really actively thinking about who am I writing this for, who am I trying to sort of appeal and speak to here. One of the things we're really excited about with this major is there's lots of students who are still really interested in creative writing, and the kinds of writing that you might a little bit more conventionally associate with an English department. There's lots of students who are interested in reading and literature and those kinds of areas. And I think those can really be sort of enriching pathways for students that can still give them a lot of preparation with reading and writing skills that that are useful, far beyond their time at MTSU. But I think being able to think about how some of the other digital media that are now a part of our everyday lives are sort of on the horizon, and how they're affecting the ways that we read and write can be really important for students and faculty. So it's not necessarily something where everybody needs to do a 180 overnight, but thinking about how we can put some of these different pieces of the jigsaw puzzle together in slightly different configurations, I think really benefits students and can really make for some lively opportunities in the department.
I would be remiss if I didn't mention, because you asked me to do this, that this is designed to be a viable double major for students.
Yeah.
Why is that? Why is that important?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of reasons for that. One that kind of overlaps with that is we've got a lot of transfer students coming to MTSU from various community colleges across the state and across the region, and we want this to be a major that they're not boxed out of just because they spent a few years somewhere else. They're trying to figure out what they want to do. And also we think it will pair really well with programs like, as I've mentioned, journalism, interactive media, communication studies. This is something where, as much as we just talked about, writing is a super important specialized skill, that it can also partner with a lot of different fields and a lot of different professions. And we want students to be able to sort of see those synergies and see those potential connections between different majors.
I could see this combining with so many opportunities in our campus. Professor, congratulations on a great new major at Middle Tennessee State University, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much, Andrew.
And we'll be right back.
I am True Blue.
As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I'm a recipient
and a giver.
I am a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I'm committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner.
Now
and forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
True Blue.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $20,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
So many men and women that have served, that expected to be able to have their tuition or certain assistance being given to them, and that money evaporated. With the establishment of the general fund is to make sure that all those men and women can get through MTSU and pursue what they thought they could do when they came on back.
We're extremely proud that the Predators have identified the need to help make this fund one of the best at our university for our veterans.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. As part of our MT Engage activities on campus, our College of Education is participating in National Banned Books Week, an annual event that celebrates the freedom to read. Associate Professor Katie Schroet and Ken Paulson, Director of the Free Speech Center at MTSU, shares with us about how current events have elevated interest in this topic. Katie, welcome to the program.
Hello, glad to be here.
It's good to have you here. Ken Paulson, great to have you back.
Always a pleasure.
So right now, the two of you are joining us to talk about a week, National Banned Book Week, September 18th through the 24th. It's a project of the College of Education. Why don't you talk, Katie, a little bit about that event and the importance of what you're trying to reach with it?
Yes, we're really excited because actually nationally there's a banned book week every year that kind of promotes and advertises banned books and encourages kids, teachers actually to read banned books. And it actually falls this year on the week that MT Engage is doing their week-long events. So MT Engage is actually a student success initiative, started a few years back, and really the purpose is to get students engaged beyond just the classroom, four walls. So they put on events all week, and since it fell on Banned Books Week, we thought it'd be really exciting to give away lots of banned books, have students reading them, discussing them, and taking some home for their personal libraries.
Well, Katie, during the week there will be an event, like you said, on the campus. Where and when will that be?
Yes, so our event, anyone's welcome to come, and it is in the College of Education, and we will be meeting from 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock on Wednesday, September 21st.
Ken, obviously, as director of the Free Speech Center, you deal with so many issues and connections with the First Amendment. Why is this event significant?
Well, it's interesting to hear Katie's suggestion that you read banned books. Because you've got choices that stretch back to the 16th century. You know, the first time we ever had banned books was only after Gutenberg invented movable type. There's no need to ban books when people are trying to do it with a feather pen and by candlelight. You couldn't create enough books to create concern. So there are all kinds of worthy books over the past century. Huckleberry Finn is one of the best known that have been censored for reasons that make no sense in 2022. So, as part of our work at the Free Speech Center, we celebrate ideas. Mm-hmm. We think America is a special place because it's somewhere that we're not really afraid of ideas. The theory behind America is that if we can all speak and if we can all write, the best ideas climb to the top and we become a stronger, more vital nation. And what Katie and her colleagues are doing is a great service, reminding people that once controversial books may have been banned for the wrong reasons, and they're really worthwhile reading today.
You know, Ken, I've seen you on stage with Freedom Sings, one of the great events that you've held to talk about the First Amendment. And Freedom Sings, of course, is comprised of songs that have been banned. Yeah. This event, Katie, is really going to be discussing some of these books that have been banned as well, and some of these are currently banned here in the state of Tennessee. Do you have some of them in front of you?
Yes, so I have a few that have over the past year kind of made the news for being banned. Walk Two Moons was a band in Middle Tennessee, as well as Mouse, and Seahorse, the Shyest Fish in the Sea, is not totally banned, but parts of this book have been asked to be redacted. They're calling it instructional shifts or instructional modifications, where they cannot read certain pages in this book, and as well as separate is never equal. And you know, many times they're banned because of talking about issues of racism or gender, or even historical events such as the Holocaust. Mm-hmm. And so one thing that I kind of think of as a teacher is that I trust teachers as professionals, and that we train teachers. We're high quality education here at MTSU. We take classes on developmentally appropriate practices, and I just really trust teachers that they would read worthwhile, worthy books to the kids in their classrooms that would really spark great discussions and really help them view the world as a bigger place. That I always tell my own kids that reading books is the only way that we can truly step into the shoes of another person, and it makes us more empathetic, better critical thinkers. So I just think books are really great for that.
So Ken, has the Supreme Court weighed in on this at any time?
In fact, the U.S. Supreme Court found in a case called PICO in 1982 that you cannot remove a book from a library, a public library, because you disagree with the ideas. You can't do it for political reasons. There has to be legitimate grounds to remove the book, not just because the ideas are unpopular. Folks can learn more about PICO and the history of book banning and anything involving the First Amendment by going to the Free Speech Center website. Cleverly, URL is www.freespeech.center.
Katie, you mentioned that there are some things that you'll be talking about how folks can help their libraries navigate some of this. What's a good example?
Yes, so on social media, I'm friends with a lot of local teachers, and many of them are asking for help to actually document their libraries. So they've purchased little scanners, and we have volunteers that we're getting into classrooms to help them, because actually many teachers have personal libraries of over 500 books that many of them have personally bought with their own money, and
in their classroom.
Yes, in their classroom, and they want to be able to share those books with the kids in their classrooms, give them access. It's actually easier access to have it in the classroom than even the library, and so we don't want those shut down. Different districts are responding in different ways, but some of our local districts are, your classroom library is not open until you have that list publicized for everyone to see. So help a teacher. I've done that. I've emailed teachers asking if I can come help them log those books.
There's a website, right, that I can find more information about this and all the other events with MT Engage?
Yes, MT Engage does have a website, and they are advertising all the many events that will be happening the week of September 19th. And our event is on Wednesday, September 21st from 3 to 4.
In the College of Education?
College of Education.
On the campus of Middle Tennessee State University.
That's right.
Katie, Ken, thanks for joining us.
Pleasure.
And we'll be right back.
I am true blue.
As a member of this diverse community,
I am a valuable contributor
to its progress and success.
I am engaged in the life of this community.
I'm a recipient
and a giver.
I am a listener and a speaker.
I am honest in word and deed.
I'm committed to reason, not violence.
I am a learner.
Now
And forever.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
I am a Blue Raider.
True blue.
Do you want more from your college experience? At Middle Tennessee State University, that's exactly what you get. More majors, more opportunities, more guaranteed scholarships. Up to $20,000 over 4 years. MTSU, Tennessee's University of Opportunities.
So many men and women that have served, that expected to be able to have their tuition or certain assistance being given to them, and that money evaporated. With the establishment of the general fund is to make sure that all those men and women can get through MTSU and pursue what they thought they could do when they came on back.
We're extremely proud that the Predators have identified the need to help make this fund one of the best at our university for our veterans.
Welcome back to Out of the Blue. I'm Andrew Ottman. Go to the lobby of our Campus Rec Center and you'll find MTOP, which stands for Middle Tennessee Outdoor Pursuits. This operation has long served students seeking gear, trips, or advice for many outdoors activities at little or no cost. And thanks to a recent state grant, you can actually go to MTOP and learn how to fish. Joining us is Blake Osborne, our Outdoor Pursuits Coordinator. Blake, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much. Glad to be here.
So, Middle Tennessee Outdoor Pursuits. I love your place. We're going to talk a little bit about it, but I want to say congratulations on the $70,000 grant you received. Why don't you tell our viewers about it?
Yes, thank you so much. So we received a grant last fall from the Tennessee Wildlife Resource Agency, and basically to jumpstart a fishing program with MTOP. So they were able to finance us to get a lot of new equipment and fishing gear and things like that for the rental center.
That's fantastic. So when you say fishing gear, what does that include?
I bought around 120 fishing rods, tackle, I bought fishing kayaks, stand-up paddleboards that we could fish from, new camping equipment, sleeping bags, tents, all that sort of things that we can now take people not only just on simple fishing trips, but we can start fishing from our camping trips or backpacking trips. We can fish from the kayaks, from the stand-up paddleboards.
That's fantastic. And obviously, all of this is available to students at a pretty affordable price.
Yes.
And where do I find you to find out what you've got offered and all that you have available?
Sure. So you could come by the rec center in person. That's the easiest way to come by. We're open 1 to 6 every weekday except Wednesdays. You can also find all of our pricing and options online at the MTSU Campus Rec website under MTOP.
And you do more than just offer equipment, which is fantastic.
Right.
But you also do customized trips,
Sure.
right? And will this include fishing trips?
Yeah, so we do trips that are open to any student throughout the year. I think I have 24 on the schedule for this semester. But then we can also do custom trips where a student organization or Greek Life or campus ministry could come in and say like, hey, we want to do a retreat with you. So I'll sit down with them and we'll plan a customizable trip for them. And yes, we have, I think, 3 fishing trips. We've got a couple bass fishing, catfish, and we're going to start introducing some fly fishing trips.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Beyond fishing, so many other things that your office makes available to students. And I'm a student as well, and I check out a bike from you guys.
Right.
You've got all sorts of gear. Talk about the things beyond fishing.
Sure. So we have stuff to go camping, backpacking, stand-up paddleboarding, kayaking. So we can just do pretty much anything. Obviously hiking, things like that. So.
I really think more students need to be taking advantage of everything you've got to offer there because it's great gear, state-of-the-art stuff. There's so much of it. And it's usually anything that you really need to do any of those activities, you can go there and get outfitted. I don't have to invest all this money and buy this gear myself. If I just want to go on a weekend camping trip, I just come see you.
Yeah,
right?
you come see us. Even if you don't rent stuff from us, we'll sit down with you and help you plan where to go, best time of year to go. We'll help you, again, if you're not going to rent from us, that's fine. We'd love for you to rent from us. It's cheaper than you'll find anywhere else. And a lot of places don't even rent the gear that we have. But we'll sit down with you, help plan a trip for you and your family, for you and your friends, for you and your organization, something like that.
That's terrific. So how did you get involved in this?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, how did you get connected to
That's a long story, but I quit my job when I was 25, moved to New Zealand and backpacked for a year around the world. And,
wow.
Yeah, and through that trip, I taught a few Europeans how to kayak and backpack, and I thought, how could I do this? So I connected with a friend back home, and he was an outdoor coordinator at Wake Forest University, and I basically asked him, how do I be you? And he said, go get a master's, get a job with an outdoor program, get all these certifications. So I did that between 27 and 29 years old. Here, I did my master's program here, and got my first job at Kent State University. And then I've been back here for 4 years now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. So what a great way to combine your passion into a job.
Yeah, it's great. It's a dream job if you like the outdoors. If you don't like the outdoors, it is your worst nightmare.
Well, yes. All right. So if I'm a rookie and I just want to get started, particularly in fishing, I mean, what do you suggest? What's the first step I should take?
So the first step, again, come talk to us. I'm actually not very good at fishing. I explained that to the TWRA, said I'm actually terrible. But I have student staff that work for me. So I have about 20 students that work for me and run all these trips. And I've got 3 fishing guides right now. So come in and talk to them, and they'll kind of suggest like where to go. You don't need to buy anything. So we're actually doing free rentals. You can come in and check out free fishing rods and tackle, a little basic tackle box, and we will not charge a thing. We just ask that people show us their valid Tennessee fishing license.
Wow.
So you just come and show that, then we show the TWRA. We're actually using the equipment for fishing with college students, and so we can just show them, track their numbers. And so we've had about 40 people do it so far since the summer started.
That's terrific.
Yeah.
That's terrific. And obviously, classes starting up full bore in the fall. Folks, you're open now, regular operating hours,
That's
everything
right.
going, right?
Yep, we're up and going, yeah.
So I can find out about you on the web, right?
Sure, and you can just Google MTSU Campus Rec MTOP.
That's great. Well, Blake, thanks for coming on the show and
course.
talking to us about all these wonderful things at MTOP.
Yes, and when are you going to come kayaking?
You know what? I know you took the provost
That's right.
kayaking. I understand he only spilled once.
Oh, just once. I wasn't looking, and I looked back, and he had fallen over. But
Well, that's okay. That's okay. This is good. You know, I have to at least rise to that challenge, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
right.
I'll take you up on that.
All right, sounds good.
And this does wrap up another edition of Out of the Blue. A reminder, you can find news about the campus 24 hours a day by going to our website, mtsunews.com. You can also find additional special content on our social media platforms, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. Broadcasting from the Center for Educational Media, I'm Andrew Ottman. Stay safe, stay on course, and remain true blue.
award-winning Tennessee Wildcast is on the air with the latest on hunting, fishing, boating, wildlife watching, and all things outdoors. Make welcome your host, drummer and outdoor expert novice, Jason Harmon.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to this edition of Tennessee Wildcast. We're glad you're tuning in. Thanks for watching, for listening. We've got a great show lined up for you today. It's all about fall turkey, and I'm excited to have Matt Dale in the studio, Don.
Yeah, it's kind of like old times, you know. About a year and a half ago, we had Matt in and learned a lot about turkey hunting, and it's going to be fun concentrating on the fall turkey hunting this time.
Yeah, you know, Matt gave us a call, and he said, you know what, it'd be fun to do a fall show. I'm going to be in your area, and, you know, most of the time everybody's talking about spring turkey hunting.
Yeah, right.
Fall is not discussed very much, so I was like, yeah, come on in, let's do it. It'd be fun. There is a fall season for turkeys in Tennessee, and Matt's going to do some of that this year, but I'm excited to talk about it. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, man, I'm excited about it. Fall turkey hunting it's just a whole different turkey season, and a lot of people don't do it.
Yeah.
So I hope I can help somebody to. If you don't deer hunt, you ain't bow hunting. Hey, get that shotgun out, throw you some shells in it, and you can be successful killing a big old gobbler in the fall.
Yeah, you do have an opportunity, and we'll touch on those season dates and all that throughout this show. But yeah, it's you can jump in there with archery or shotgun in the fall here in Tennessee. Don, do you want to cover a radio station or highlight some, or just thank them? You know, overall,
just radio in general. You know, we appreciate our partners so much and helping us get the word out there, both with the Wildcast Extra that airs 5 days a week on a lot of stations, and the weekly version, the full version that airs at least once a week on so many stations around the state. We appreciate them very much.
Yeah, couldn't do it without those partners out there. Very much appreciate that. And then if you don't listen to the radio on your drive, hopefully you're listening to the podcast.
Yeah, right.
iTunes, Stitcher, iHeart, all those channels out there. It's picked up on most podcasting platforms.
Yeah, wherever you listen to podcasts, pretty much you can get Wildcast.
Yeah. Yep, and I've confirmed it. You can say, Alexa, play Tennessee Wildcast podcast, and it comes up. So
there you go.
That's pretty cool. All right, well, let's jump in, and first I just want to introduce the folks. If they haven't heard from you, listened to your stuff, heard you on our show, just introduce who Matt Dale is in Dale Outdoors.
I've been turkey hunting since I've been about 17 years old. So I'm I'm 45 now, so quite a long time.
Got some experience.
Love to spring turkey hunt. Love deer hunt. I like anything. In fact, I'm going September 1st dove hunting. So
all right.
I just like it all.
Yeah.
But turkey hunting's my passion, and I got to share a hunt with Jason. A little about a year and a half ago. Killed a beautiful gobbler.
That was a fun hunt.
Popular on YouTube.
It was very popular.
Yeah.
And then, so I got a YouTube channel, a turkey hunting hunting, but mostly it's turkey hunting. That's what I'm kind of known for. It's Dale Outdoors. If you want to check it out on YouTube, Dale Outdoors, and my Facebook page. There's links, and my Instagram's all of it on linked to the YouTube page. So, but my channel's a little different. I mean, I've got hunts on there like our hunts, and I've got kills on there, but mine's more toward the educational part because that's just something a lot of people don't do.
Yeah.
And so I just felt like, I could go out there and we could set in a blind and we could, get in a field, decoys out there, and have a gobbler come in, shoot him, and high five, and go back to the cabin, and eat a steak and talk about it and video it, and that's all right if people want to do that. But there's so much of it, but nobody's teaching how to do this.
Right. Yeah.
And so every spring, I mean, just the channel just grows leaps and bounds, and we're up to like 33,000 now, and I've only been doing this like 4 years.
Man, awesome. That's great.
Yeah. So. It's like 4 years just doing this. So it's went from nothing to about 33,000. It just keeps growing every year. Just all kinds of people, though, has told me, and I'm not bragging. I'm just saying, but people say, man, I've struggled so much killing turkeys until I found your channel. And now I'm killing turkeys or tagging out or killing my first gobbler. I get so many first gobbler pictures
neat.
Every year from kids, dads with their kids, And they're like, man, if you're ever in an area, we want to meet you and just shake your hand. But if you want to learn how to spring turkey hunt, you come over to Dell Outdoors. And but we're going to talk about fall hunting because that's not something that's discussed a lot.
I know we were talking earlier. You know, a lot of times we'll throw out the dates for fall turkey hunting, but like we said, you know, we hadn't had any techniques or you know, ideas for how to approach that season.
Well, it's just like I just moved back home because I'm originally from Virginia, and I just moved back. I was in Missouri for 10 years. Well, I was in Missouri when I met y'all.
Yeah.
And so I just moved back home this past February, and but Missouri has one of the best fall turkey hunting seasons in the entire United States. But last year I looked, and out of the whole state of Missouri, that goes from October 1st to October 31st, you kill 2 turkeys, either sex, there was only like 3,200 tags sold statewide.
Wow.
And used to, it was, you know, like huge. But with the rise of bow hunting and the popularity of it, longer seasons, people's just got away from it. But a lot of reasons is because people don't know how to do it. You know, they think it's like spring, and it's not. Fall turkey hunting is like a whole different. It is a different animal. You're hunting the same bird, but it's a whole different behavior.
It's a whole different time of their life. You know, it's
totally different.
They're not in the same patterns and doing the same things they do in the spring.
The biggest thing, and when I do lots of seminars and stuff. So when I do seminars, there's always somebody that don't deer hunt, you know, but they have a season. They don't bow hunt. You know, maybe they rifle hunt, but they don't bow hunt in October, which is where most fall turkey seasons happen. And they'll say, hey, tell us about fall turkey hunting, because we like fall turkey, but it's just we don't know how to do it right. And the first thing I would say about fall turkey hunt is always remember, in the spring, it's the sex drive, the mating. You're in the mating season. So it's gobbler to hen to gobbler. In the fall, always remember, it's gobbler to gobbler, hen to hen. The gobblers are batched up together. So if you want to kill a gobbler, you got to sound like a gobbler.
Okay.
And if you want to, you know, if you just want to kill a turkey, I've always said if you want to get a kid involved in turkey hunting, take them fall turkey hunting, because in most states, you know, a lot of states, and not Tennessee, but in a lot of states, you can kill either sex. Like Virginia, you can kill either sex. So if you just want to go out and kill a turkey, it's pretty easy. I ain't gonna say it's simple, but it's pretty easy to go and call a hen. You know, because the hens are so bunched up. I mean, I think a few years ago, I was fall turkey hunting. I think I called, and this was in Missouri, I called 30 in. That was like a sea of black that just came through the woods. It was like 30 hens that just came in. And but they're so grouped up. Now, gobblers, when we're talking about longbeards, they're grouped up too, but it's going to be smaller groups. It's going to be like, you know, 4, 5, 6. You know, if you get 6, that's a big group, but most it's 3, 4 gobblers run together. But you want to sound like a gobbler to attract the gobbler, because they want to be bachelored up. It's the pecking order. In the spring, you know, you want to sound like the ladies. So sound like a guy in the fall, sound like a and sound like a lady in the spring.
Well, let's touch on the seasons real quick. For those of you who are listening and watching, you know, the fall season in Tennessee is September 24th through October 28th for archery, and then it jumps October 31st through November 4th for archery, and that's the same as the deer archery only season. And you can run with a shotgun and archery October 15th through the 28th. So that's your dates, and then your bag limits for is 1 bearded turkey per county. 1 bearded turkey per county. So just make sure you know that. And there are some exceptions. There's a few counties that aren't open to fall turkey. So make sure you check your guide and know what those counties are. But that's what you're going to be looking for, and that's the dates you're going to be out there trying to chase them. And I know you've said that you're planning on getting out there this year in Tennessee and going after them too. So
I've already got 4 days. It's just, I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm this huge fall turkey hunter that does it every year. My schedule, where this has kind of become a living now, my schedule's so busy in bow season. So by the time bow season starts, I'm on the road hunting, and I just don't have a chance to fall hunt a lot, because I go somewhere deer hunt. I have 5-6 days to get something done, and I just don't have a chance. Now, the last fall gobbler I killed was in 2017. I went on a fall turkey hunt. It got hot. It was in Missouri. It got so hot that week. The deers wasn't doing nothing, so I just grabbed a shotgun. I just grabbed a box call and a mouth call and took off. And it took me 2 days to find them. But I called a group of 4 longbeards, all longbeards. Called all 4 of them up a road. They come running. They didn't walk. They ran to me just like they looked like a road runner, in the cartoon. And he ran right up on top of me. I shot the lead one. He was 18 pounds. So, I mean, it's the same type longbeard that's in the spring.
Yep.
He's got hooks. He's got spurs. He's got a big beard, and. But here's the thing that I would say for all those that's already wanting to turn this off and go, well, I'm not interested in fall because I'm bow hunting. Well, listen, here's the thing I've said. A good fall turkey hunter will make a great spring hunter. And here's why. You learn how to hunt turkeys when they ain't gobbling. Mm-hmm. How many times in the spring, all of us spring hunters, you've hit them days where they ain't saying nothing, right?
Yeah.
They ain't saying nothing, and you'll walk your tail off trying to find, and it's nothing.
And when you find them, you start calling at them, they won't talk back.
They won't talk back. So all this information on hunting turkeys when they're not gobbling and strutting and screaming back at you, you get all that education in the fall. Now turkeys will gobble in the fall. Now I've been out in rifle season, but deer hunting in November, and be so cold you see your breath, and it sounds like April. Now they don't all the time. It's just particular mornings they'll have where they sound like April, and you're like, man, what is going on here? But they're not gobbling much in the fall because they're not mating. They're not trying to attract a hen. Mm-hmm. But they still do vocalization every day. It's just different. And we're going to talk about that in the next episode, so you make sure to stay.
Yeah, this is part 1, guys.
Yeah, this is part 1. So we're going to get into a lot of the calling in the next one. But this is where you have to master gobbler yelping. Gobbler yelping is one of the most deadliest, probably the most deadliest call in the fall. Gobblers will yelp just like a hen. It's a little different, but a lot of times a guy will be out in the springtime and he'll hear a turkey yelping and think it's a hen. And sometimes it ain't a hen. It's a longbeard. It's got a 10, 11-inch rope, and he's yelping. And we know Jake yelps. That they got that short, kind of that Jake yelp. So turkeys do a lot of vocalization. Now, when I say it's going to make you a better spring hunter, here's another reason. You will learn so much about turkey vocalization from hens and gobblers. And I've always said that's the best teacher. We got some great callers that's winning championships.
But they ain't birds.
But they ain't birds. And you know who the best teacher is? That wild turkey.
Yeah.
He or she is the best teacher out there. And you will hear so much crazy vocalization that you never get to hear in the spring. Because in the springtime, what do you mostly hear? Yelps, clucks, purrs, alarm putts. I've heard that a few times. Alarm putts, getting out of here. But in the fall, man, turkeys they're just so vocal. And how many times you been out deer hunting? And it just sounds like, what in the world is these turkeys doing?
Yeah.
It's just crazy. And so by learning all that vocalization and learning how to they're doing that stuff in the spring too. It's just you don't hear it as much because we're focused primarily on that, calling a certain way. But in the fall, it's just so different, and that's why you'll become a better spring hunter. I will say this, a lot of times we think that the spring, because that's where most of your turkey hunting is done, statewide. That's where most of your turkey hunting is done in the spring. But it ain't the original season. The original season was fall turkey hunting. Back in the 50s and 60s, our grandpas and our dads, they were fall turkey hunting.
Okay.
Because the spring wasn't even a thing yet. That didn't happen until about the 60s or maybe late 50s. Back years ago, I'm talking about years ago, when there wasn't a lot of turkeys, and when they had, kind of guys that would turkey hunt, they were fall turkey hunters. And you know why them old timers in the 70s and 80s were killers when everybody else wasn't? Because they already had all this education.
They had the knowledge
about how to find turkeys, how to call turkeys when they wasn't gobbling, how to hunt turkeys by their sign. So you get all that information by that fall. So I've always said a good fall hunter will make a superb or a fantastic spring hunter because he's already got like now, and people say, oh, you're a great turkey hunter. Well, I don't know about that, but when turkeys ain't gobbling, man, this was a quiet year. I don't know about y'all, but it was quiet. I mean, everywhere I went, it was just like, where is the world?
It was kind of like deer hunting at this point. Yeah,
man, it was. I mean,
back.
I hunted like 6 or 7 states, and every state I went to, it was just it was terrible. I mean, turkeys was there. It's just they wasn't gobbling much. Well, people was getting discouraged all around me, especially at home. They was getting discouraged. Well, turkeys ain't gobbling. Turkeys ain't gobbling. They just ain't, something's wrong. I said, there ain't nothing wrong. They're turkeys being turkeys. When turkeys don't gobble, I've said it, in our spring episode we did, hunt them anyway. Look, they're still there.
Yeah.
But people get discouraged when they don't hear that bird firing off, gobbling back at them. But if you're a good fall turkey hunter, you're like, I don't care if they gobble or not. I'll go find them anyway. I'll go find them and hunt them. And that's true. And where I grew up fall turkey hunting a lot, and because my dad, he fall turkey hunted a bunch. So I grew up around it. Well, and that's kind of the way he was. He didn't care if they gobbled or not. He gonna go kill them anyway, and he would.
Yeah.
But a lot of these old timers, that's how they become such good spring hunters when the spring season opened and become a thing. But I don't know why. I guess it's the rise of deer season and the longer bow seasons. It's just not popular anymore, and it's sad because if you are a dedicated spring hunter, I would by all means, if you're listening to this, take you 4 or 5 days. 'Cause for me, there's always that. I don't know. Some people call it a lull. Some people call it the hot October weather that comes in, shuts everything down. You can't get a deer on its feet for nothing. It's hot, muggy.
Yeah.
In them days, don't sit at the house.
Yeah.
Get you a shotgun, take off, or a bow, whatever. Just take it, because you can learn so much fall turkey hunting.
Well, how does it differ on public versus private? Is it you think birds going to act different, or what's some different techniques that you think? Hunting a piece of property maybe you don't see very much, or
we all know public's gonna get more pressure.
We're gonna get a little
from
bit,
bow hunters.
yeah.
People out bow hunting, hanging stands, making racket. In the fall, now again, you're not gonna go out there and stand on a ridge somewhere and hoot like an owl or cut real loud and he gonna gobble back at you. Maybe 1 in a million times that might happen, but in the fall you're not looking for that. You're looking for sign first of all. And again, this goes back to what I said about the spring. A lot of guys go in or not gobbling in the spring and they get discouraged because they hear turkeys. But if the turkeys are there, you know how you find them? Sign. The sign. Go back to the basics. Go back to the sign. And fall turkey hunters know that. So they go into a place and they go, oh, well, I don't care. I'll find them anyway. Because they hunt them by the sign. Scratching, the dusting bowls, the roost sites, all that. They'll find that. And they'll sit there and hunt them because them turkeys are there. Something made that.
Right.
And that's what I always tell people.
Yeah.
If the sign is there, whether it's a buck, a turkey, if the sign's there and it's fresh, they're somewhere around.
You think more than likely they're going to come back to that same
And they're
spot?
going to come right back, because where are they going to go? I mean, unless you run them out of the county, where are they going to go? That's their home.
That's their area, yeah.
That's their area. Do you know, I know we're not talking about deer hunt, but do you know how there's been studies in the recent years of how much a mature buck even goes? He's got a very small home cord. And they'll watch one buck for a solid year, and he may not even go 2 miles in the rut and everything. So,
and you never see him sometimes.
But you never see No, you never see him. But turkeys are the same. But the good thing about turkeys, either in the fall or the spring, they're vocal. They're vocal, and you're going to know they're there by listening to them. But if they're not saying nothing, find the sign. Don't just go out there and listen for find the sign. So if you're hunting public, find the sign. If you're hunting private, find the sign. Start at food sources. They got to eat. What's a turkey do? Spring, fall. What they do? Roost, wake up, fly down, poop, pee, eat,
and have babies.
And I mean, what do they do?
Yeah, same thing all year round.
It's not like they sit there and go, well, let's make these hunters no, they don't think like that. So you find the food source, you find the roost sites, you find where they're at and where they're spending the majority of the time. But you'd be surprised, and I know it sounds elementary, but you'd be surprised how many spring hunters they don't go on sign, they go on sound. And if they go out and get in the car and they ain't gobbling, they're ready to go down the road and start another. They're just ready to go. But you could do that for days and not ever kill a turkey. But if you'll slow down and find the sign, and if you'll do that in the fall, you already got an education how to do that come April. So again, I don't know why people just overlook it, because it's very important. But find the food source. Public land, it might be, if it's real hardwoods, I mean, might be acorns or might be, berries or something. But I guarantee you most on public is going to be bordered right around that private where the ag's
Okay. Yeah.
So just, don't get over on the private, but they can't do nothing if you're close to it,
Yeah.
So just find them. If the sign, you'll find a lot of scratching up old fence rows. They might be feeding over on Farmer Jones on the private, but a lot of times you call the whole flock right over on the private.
Yeah.
So or public. So walk the outside perimeters, look for sign, look for scratching on private. If you got to worry about it, well, it's common sense. Go to fields. Go to trail cams too. Don't forget about trail cams. Put some trail cams out. If you're seeing a group of turkeys, well, duh, get in there and hunt them because they're there.
Yeah.
And one reason I'm hunting in Tennessee this year for fall turkey was last bow season. I get to hunt very much for bow season down here, but man, this one place I've got. I mean, just every day. It was almost every other day. He'd get the landowner. He's got one of them cameras that send it to your phone.
Oh yeah, yeah.
One of cellular things. And he just send me pictures of big old longbeards and jakes and hens and just big old. And I thought, man, where are these turkeys coming? He said they're here all the time, all winter and fall long. They're just making the awfulest racket in the world. I said, really? So we got this one, and it wasn't just one picture. It was several pictures of different days of this one group of gobblers that had like 5 in a bunch. Every one of them long bears run together.
Yeah.
And I was going, well, he's like, I don't know how to hunt them in the fall. I said, well, okay. So I got about 4 days to hunt.
Good deal.
That's awesome. Yeah. So he's going to let you come and
yeah, I told him, I said,
crack at it.
how many fall turkey videos are out there where somebody's calling gobblers and killing them? Not very many. So I think it'd be a good video. It'd be a good educational too.
Yeah, and it'll be a Tennessee turkey.
It'd be a Tennessee.
Yeah, that's right.
That's right.
That's cool. Well, before we run out of time on this show, like I said, we're going to come back and talk about calling on the next segment. So come back next week for the next show. But just remind people, September 24th through October 28th is the archery season, and then it takes a break for shotgun archery October 15th through the 28th if you want to run out there with a shotgun. And then October 31st to November 4th is archery only, and it runs right along with that deer season, and it's one bearded bird per county.
So when's the bow season?
So bow season is September 24th through October 28th.
So that actually opens before deer season.
No, that runs same as the deer archery only.
Yeah. So when's deer season open? I thought it was October.
You can put me on the spot. We'll flip back here and look.
I thought it was
That's why we got our
October.
handy dandy guide. Yeah. So the August hunt just passed, and then September 24th is the opening of archery.
Ooh, so
Yeah.
I get to hunt. Oh, I thought I was going to have to wait till October.
No, you got it.
Man, that's like 3 weeks away.
It's going to be here before you know it.
All right.
So, but yeah, I'm excited about deer season. Now you got me fired up about turkey season. Well, we've kind of touched on a lot of this. They're different. They're different in the fall and the spring, but they're also the same. I mean, there's a lot of similarities, but
lots. It just remember the biggest thing: hen to hen, gobbler to gobbler. And we're going to be talking about how to call longbeard, since it's a bearded turkey in Tennessee. How to call specifically longbeards. Killing the turkey, as far as a hen, is pretty easy. You just go out there and kiki a few times and sound like a little lost turkey, and the whole flock will usually come and try to find you. But a longbeard is a whole different story. But they're easy. I mean, you can still be successful killing them.
Yeah. So you said pecking order.
Yeah.
What is the pecking order? I mean, you said they're running together, gobbler, gobbler, hen, hen, but what's the pecking order?
Well, the pecking order is all year long. I mean, you even in the spring, you got a pecking order. That's why they're fighting for the hens. That's
Right.
why
Okay.
And the hens fight each other for the, so turkeys 365 days a year have a pecking order. But in the fall, they're running together, but there's always a boss gobbler. There's always a boss hen all year long. Sometimes, and it's been documented, sometimes the boss gobbler, if he survives the spring, come fall, that gobbler that's with him now will whoop him and become the boss. And he'll actually become the sub. That he was it's kind of, but it's always a dominance thing. So you want to play on that in the fall because they're running together. You want to be the new boy in town. You want to be the new guy that shows up, and that's where you got to learn to Jake yelp. You got to learn to gobbler yelp. And you don't go out there with a gobbler shaker and say, "Oh, I'm going to sound like a gobbler." I mean, that I don't know. Anything's possible, I guess, but they're not really doing that. What they are doing is every day we yelping at each other. It's so simple to do. We'll talk about it. How much time we got?
I got a few minutes.
Okay.
A minute and a half.
Now, next week we'll go into this. But all you're doing, in case you don't catch next week's episode, gobbler yelping is so simple. Any idiot can do it because I can do it. And I'm pretty much about the biggest idiot there is. But it's very simple. I like to do it with a mouth call or a box call. A box call, in my opinion, is the best call to do a gobbler yelp. And all you're doing is you're just lengthening out your yelps. Let me show you. Okay, here's a hen yelp that we do at spring. Okay. It's kind of but a gobbler yelp, it's lower and it's longer. It draws it out, so it's more like. Hear that? You're just lengthening out your yelps. They know the difference.
Okay.
They know the difference. So, gobbler yelping and kiki, and we'll talk about that in the next episode. But a lot of good calls you can do in the spring or fall that'll bring that big old gobbler, just like the spring, right up to you.
Awesome. Yeah, we let them hang in there with a little bit.
Yeah.
A little of that call in there.
Little tease. Yeah. Tune in for the next one for sure.
Yeah, so make sure you come back. This is Tennessee Wildcast. We are very excited to have Matt Dell in the studio. Dell Outdoors on YouTube. He's got over 33,000 followers or subscribers. It's just very awesome, and we're just glad he's here in Tennessee.
Yeah,
doing some
welcome
hunting in Tennessee. Yeah. So passed through town and gave us a call, and here we are. So
sure.
That's how you determine their behavior habits and try to find them in the fall. We're going to tell you how to call them in the fall next episode.
I've also got some fall turkey instructions on YouTube, so you go over to Dell Outdoors. So I've done
Dell Outdoors. Yep.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, this is Tennessee Wildcast. We thank you for watching, for listening, and we'll see you next time.
Thanks for tuning in. Stay connected with TWRA by visiting our website at tnwildlife.org and follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Hey, it's all about Tennessee wildlife. It's what we do. Tennessee Wildcast will be on the air again next week. We'll see you then.